And welcome into the MLB Hot Stove Daily here at the Upside Sports Network. Appreciate you guys joining us. Today we're going to kind of watch along as we watch the Astros and the Dodgers today as they face off on the in the finale of their series, I believe, at 3 o'clock. We're also going to check in on a bunch of games around Major League Baseball, check in on some trade rumors that we've seen pop over the last 24, 48 hours as well. Posted a couple of videos today, one of which included rumors around Alex Bregman. You guys are welcome to check that one out as well. But be sure to hit that like and subscribe, that thumbs up at the bottom of your screen there. Be sure to hit that. It means a lot to us if you go ahead and tap that button there. Follow along in the chat as well. But we're probably about 20, 30 minutes away from game time. But like I said, we'll be checking in around the entire league as well. So if you guys are new here, follow us over on X at UpsideSN and on Facebook, Upside Sports Network as well. Willard, welcome back. Appreciate you joining us once again. Astros might be the team that's out to prove it's a World Series contender because unlike the Yankees, Astros prove they can handle the Dodgers. It's the regular season. I ain't necessarily worried about the 162. I think all three of those teams that you just mentioned still have a really good chance of getting into the postseason. The Yankees certainly have had their struggles as of late. They're 3-7, I believe, in their last 10, opening up a can anyway offensively over the past couple of games anyway. But I think for me, the Yankees need to get some pitching for me to really consider them at the top of the heap like they were at the beginning of the season. The Blue Jays have since passed them by. A little bit of drama anyway between the Blue Jays and Yankees, between the two broadcast teams there, with Michael Kay taking the first shots towards the Blue Jays, basically saying they're a product of luck. Saying that they're playing their win-loss record is better than what their record actually should be if you look at things like run differential, things like that. And I get the point he was making, that while they necessarily hadn't been blowing teams out or anything like that, they certainly were able to get the victory that they were needing. So from that standpoint, I do understand the point that Michael Kay was making. However, that also means the flip side of the coin is that in those close games, when they are winning those games 4-3, 3-2, those kinds of things, they're locking those things down. And yes, the run differential doesn't look great because their pitching hasn't been great for the first couple of months of the season. Oh, by the way, they were without Max Scherzer for the better part of the season. Yes, you could say the same thing for the Yankees being without Garrett Cole, but I would argue that the Yankees still have better top-end talent even without Garrett Cole in the likes of Max Fried, etc., that they can really rely on those types of pitchers to hold it down for them. Meanwhile, the Blue Jays, they're relying more on 2s and 3s in their rotation at this point. And, like I said, they've been making the most of their opportunity. Meanwhile, the Blue Jays broadcast team heard the comments that Michael Kay had to say and basically took a shot back at him, saying, hey, Michael Kay, love to hear you on your show, and acknowledged that the Blue Jays certainly just did sweep your New York Yankees and that they're standing on top in the division. It's a little too early to celebrate, but I do get the point that they're making is that, yes, the results are what the results are so far, and yes, the Blue Jays are atop the division. It's still a 162-game season, so let's not get the cart too far ahead of the horse here. So it's still a long season to go. We aren't even to the trade deadline yet. We aren't even to the All-Star break yet. We're going to see a lot of activity here over the All-Star break, I do believe. A lot of rumors are going to come out of left field, so be prepared for some, out of the blue names to get thrown out there as far as names that might be attached to, teams in trade talks. But should be a very interesting trade deadline in either case. Some other things to kind of keep an eye on as well. Or excuse me, let me finish that last thought anyway on the Blue Jays. Michael Kay then was firing back at the pre-show today anyway, basically saying, hey, it's a 162-game season, and let's not, goof it up anyway. It's basically what he said about the Blue Jays organization. I'm not too worried about that as far as the two broadcast teams going after each other. It means nothing at this point in the season. The bigger point for me is, one, do the Yankees continue their slide that they've been on recently? I don't think they will. I think they're a better team than what they've shown recently. The offense certainly has shown that the last couple of games that we saw against the Mets. And then as far as the Blue Jays, I still think there's more to go here. With the Max Scherzer coming back healthy, with them being active at the trade deadline, I think they have the potential to get even better than where they are now. And yes, Michael Kay, that run differential that you mentioned so many times in your broadcast the day before and today as well, that's going to get better and better for the Blue Jays. It ain't getting worse. So excited to see how the second half really goes between those two ball clubs. The two teams that we'll be watching the most tonight are going to be the Astros and Dodgers. Curious to see how the Dodgers kind of manage their roster as they go through the season. I don't think they're necessarily worried about the win-loss record at all, but I am curious to see how they manage that pitching staff. How will they utilize Ohtani? Will they add any other arms at the deadline? Will they try to add a Sandy Alcantara just to keep him away from other ball clubs? They're in that type of position where they don't necessarily need to make an addition for their own team, but in addition to keep them away from another club might be the way they ultimately go here at the deadline. I think this is a pretty stacked roster as currently constructed, even with all the myriad of injuries they've had. Position player, bullpen, starting pitchers. They certainly had their issues with injuries, but we'll see how they decide to manage health, manage their roster through the remainder of the year. As for the Astros, certainly playing well above what we all expected them to play. Willard, your Astros are playing really good baseball right now. And yes, as you mentioned, they've shown the ability to handle teams like the Dodgers and really overperform expectations. The comments that Michael Kay basically said about run differential still kind of apply here for the Astros because their offense was not great the first half of the year, still isn't overly great so far. They did open up a whole bunch of runs the other night against the Dodgers, and we'll see if they can continue that today. But, this Astros team has been without Yordan Alvarez for a significant chunk here. They did get some positive news around Yordan, basically saying that it wasn't going to be a long-term injury for him. It sounds like it was just kind of, aggravating muscle groups, those kinds of things, is the pain he was experiencing. And it was all normal as far as the recovery from the injury that he had. But he's looking like he'll probably be back after the trade deadline. I don't think they'll rush him back. They have no need to. Right now, they've got like a 4 or 5 game lead. We'll look at the standings here in just a moment in the division. But right now, they're comfortably in second place in the American League. So the Astros are looking good. Pitching staff, I thought, was going to be the question going into the season. Boy, I was wrong. I mean, their depth really showed through. It's kind of been a 1-2 punch at the top of that rotation. Hunter Brown, the guy had questions about if he could repeat his performance from last year. He certainly would be on a Cy Young trajectory, and boy, oh boy, is he. He certainly is probably the favorite right now in my mind for the American League Cy Young. Scoball's got to be in that conversation. DeGrom's got to be in that conversation. Fried's got to be in there. Rasmussen to a lesser extent. There's a lot of good pitchers in the American League side. Eovaldi, when he's healthy, if he gets enough starts down the stretch, could be in that conversation as well. Molly, I thought, had a chance to be in that conversation. He is going to be out until after the trade deadline, it looks like. There is no impetus to bring him back sooner because they have the starters to hold it down right now in Texas. He's likely going to drop out of that Cy Young race. But to me, it's going to probably be a 4 or 5 horse race anyway for the American League Cy Young. Let us know in the comment section who you think ultimately gets it. Let me try to catch up on a few of these comments here. Sean, welcome back. Appreciate you joining us. Theo, Anthony, thank you guys for joining us once again. Sean, will the Braves be sellers and could the Cubs make the World Series? Well, in case you guys missed the weekend series between the Orioles and Braves, let me tell you what happened. Braves didn't show up. That's the best way I can put it. They certainly at times looked like they were getting themselves out of their ruts, as it might be, but they weren't able to secure the result. And today they kind of threw out a lineup to me that had me very, very much questioning what they were doing. You lose the first two games of the series against the Orioles, and yes, winning the last game of the series doesn't exactly mean a whole lot between the Orioles and the Braves, but it meant a whole lot to me as an outside observer looking at where this Braves team is headed, because instead of putting all your chips on the table and trying to secure, not getting swept by the Orioles there at home, instead you throw out, Allen at short, you put Profar out there in left, no Acuna in the lineup. And to me, they just could have put a better a better showing on the field, both from the beginning of the game when they set out those lineup cards to the actual play on the field. And that kind of was indicative of this roster to me as far as where this team is going. Braves with Acuna back should be a better team in the second half, don't get me wrong, but they aren't going to sniff wild card contention, let alone the division. They will be a seller at this year's deadline. I don't care what Anthopoulos says as far as not being a seller this year. The only question is, do they hold on to Sale because he's under contract for one more, or do they sell him at the deadline because he could probably get the biggest return out of most of the starters that are going to be traded at this year's trade deadline? Will the Braves be sellers? Yes. And could the Cubs make the series? They need to add an ace. But until they add an ace, the answer is an emphatic no. But like I mentioned in the live that we did a couple of days ago, the Cubs, to me, and the Mets are going to be the two teams competing for the best starting pitcher, the ace that's available at the deadline. Could be Sandy Alcantara, could be Chris Sale, could be a number of other starters that could all of a sudden pop up on the market, Zach Gallen, etc. But until they add an ace, I can't put them in that conversation, knowing that you still have to compete with the Phillies, the Mets, the Dodgers. And while the Cubs certainly have enough offense, and they're going to add more, it sounds like, here before the deadline, as far as a utility player, maybe a third baseman, a veteran that can come in there and settle some of those young guys down, the offense has not been the issue there. The fact is that they needed a number one starting pitcher before the season even began, before Steele went down due to injury. Steele goes down, and now you need not one but two starting pitchers, one that can take the ball in Game 1 of a World Series, and another pitcher that can take the ball in Game 3, Game 4 of a World Series. You don't just need an innings eater at the back of the rotation. To me, the Cubs need starting pitching. That's where the conversation begins and ends for me. Theo, nothing like a broadcast beef. Yankees are trying to cough up another one today. Well, I mean, that's what the Yankees have been doing. Like I said, 3-7 in their last 10. Right now, they're. Let me go ahead and pull up the standings real quick, just so you guys can see what I'm talking about here. But when you look at the Yankees, they're 48-41 right now. They're one game up on the final wild card spot. The Mariners are right behind them. The Rays are tied with them for those right there. And then you look at just outside of the playoffs. These are the four teams that I think still have a chance in the American League, and it's only these four because the Twins have gotten on a nice win streak recently to kind of give themselves a chance here. But the Red Sox are right at 500. They're a team that if they don't get an extension done with Bregman, may end up selling at the deadline, or at least kind of buying and selling at the deadline. They were trying to compete for a postseason spot this year. With Devers off the roster, they have the financial flexibility now to take on another big contract. They should be able to get an extension done with Bregman. They should be able to get into the postseason. But as it currently stands, they're on the outside looking in. Then you got the Texas Rangers, who have the best pitching staff in baseball right now. Let me repeat that. The Rangers have the best pitching staff in all of Major League Baseball right now. And yes, I'm fully aware that they're starting two guys who have very little experience. We're talking about Jack Leiter. We're talking about Kumar Rocker. I'm very aware that they're starting a guy in Patrick Corbin who hasn't been an effective starting pitcher in 3 to 4 years at this point. I'm very aware that DeGrom missed almost the entirety of the season last year. And Eovaldi is getting older and missing time. That's their starting staff, and yet they're still the best in baseball. Look at those runs allowed. 311. Their bullpen has been the best since the beginning of June, and that's without having a dominant closer at the back end there. They will add a closer. They will certainly be buying at this year's trade deadline. To me, I'm not even sure they will go after a bat necessarily as much as I would like them to as a Rangers fan, but they will go after a bullpen arm. Somebody of a high leverage guy like a Clase, a Durant, a Helsley, a Bednar, Suarez, any of those closers, Estevez from the Royals who's having a great year. If the Red Sox trade away Bregman, they could be in there for that conversation. And then Aroldis Chapman possibly from the Red Sox if the Red Sox decide to sell. Those are all very interesting conversations to be had right now as we gear up for the MLB trade deadline. About 20 minutes away from game time anyway, but we'll get into some of the lineups here shortly. But looking at where the Yankees sit right now, 6-game losing streak. And let me see here. Let's see here. 5-4 right now in the top of the 7th. Looks like Judge is up with runners on first and third and nobody out. Maybe this is the time the Yankees, flex their offensive might a little bit more, as he takes one basically right down the middle. All right, but looking at these standings right now, Tigers right now are the class of the AL, 56-34. Blue Jays certainly have had a nice win streak as of late, 7 in a row, 9-1 in their last 10, and as I mentioned, that broadcast beef from just a few seconds ago. Let me try to catch up on a few of these comments real quick. Look, Yordan Alvarez is the X factor for the Astros. He's not the X factor. He is the factor for the Astros for me in the postseason. He's the one guy that defeats good pitching once you get into the postseason. These guys that are having nice years for the Astros, I'm not sure have so nice of a year once you get to the postseason. I still think the Astros are playing very well, but they need Yordan Alvarez. As far as an X factor for them, I think it's going to come down to starters 3 and 4 in that rotation, whoever they decide to put in those spots once you get to October, because Valdez has been good. Brown has been phenomenal. 3 and 4 leave me questioning how good the rest of the starters can be once you get to October. But the Astros will add before the deadline. I don't think they'll add anybody of a big name or a high-end caliber. We're not talking about a Emmanuel Clase going there, I don't think, or a Mason Miller. I think that would probably be the absolute peak of what they could go for as a Mason Miller type, even though they don't necessarily have the prospects for it. But I think they'll probably go more the depth approach. Add somebody in the 3-4 starter range. Add somebody to kind of give them another corner outfielder. A Verdugo was just designated for assignment by the Braves. That type of player, that archetype, is really what I see the Astros doing before the deadline. Anthony, Michael, what do you think the future is when it comes to how far an office is expected to be structured down the road? Do you think they're going to separate into 2 separate departments? And offices are going to be structured when it comes down the road? Oh, you're talking about like the teams themselves? I think the teams will try to line themselves up even better than they have before. As far as the minor leagues to the majors, they'll try to line each other up a little bit better. Yankees extend their lead 6-4 now after a sacrifice fly there by Judge. But I think they'll just try to be more in line with what the organization is doing from the top down. They already kind of do the minor league coordinators, the minor league staffs, but in general, like running promotions for ticket sales, running what type of players don't necessarily get drafted by your organization that you sign internationally or that you bring in because they are senior signed from college or whatever. I think those guys will be a lot more in line with the club is looking for, and I think that's kind of the decision. That's kind of the Major League Baseball's prerogative here. That's really where they're getting the money. Minor League Baseball is not a money-making machine. There is an avenue for that to happen down the road, but they will always be tied to the Major League rosters. All right, try to catch up on a few of these others. Michael, was the Texas Ranger Baseball or Texas Ranger Sports Radio, did you guys have an equivalent to what you saw with the Yankees with Mike Francesa and Chris Russo? Ooh, not as far as talk. Right now, probably the DLS people are probably the closest to that right now. But, I mean, as far as a broadcast team doing the games, Eric Nadel on the radio was, and still is, cream of the crop. Just the way he's able to call a game on the radio is unlike any other. You hear all these great stories about other broadcasters for the Dodgers and the Yankees and Harry Carey and all those great broadcasters for other clubs. Eric Nadel, he won the Frick, I believe it was the Frick Award anyway for the Hall of Fame a few years back, and really deserves his due. He's been truly fantastic. He's been going through some health stuff, mental health stuff as a result of some of his health stuff as well. He's very much nearing the end here, but I really enjoy the way he's able to relate to the game and those kinds of things. As far as TV for the Rangers, to me the best team they ever had was probably Josh Lewin and Tom Grieve. Tom Grieve was great as far as storytelling with the game, the way he was able to tie his experiences to his days as GM for the Rangers, as a player, as an executive, as still an executive while he was part of the broadcast crew. He could really tie in so many different aspects of the team to the game that you're watching and made it fascinating even when the Rangers were terrible, and I mean terrible, in the from the year 2000 to like 2010. The Rangers had some really lean years in that range, and he certainly made those games more than enjoyable to watch. Now, the Rangers always had a good product offensively. Pitching was always the bugaboo there. And, the reason why they started winning is they started to focus on pitching a little bit more. They acquired outside pitching. The trade of Mark Teixeira really elevated their ability to have a good pitching staff. They got 2 impact pieces out of that trade to help their rotation and their bullpen, Neftali Feliz and Matt Harrison. But, right around that time when when they started winning again, having those stories of Tom Grieve now tie into the winning made the game just it can't miss experience, and really enjoyed watching them for the Rangers. All right, try to catch up on a few of these other comments. Willard, tell me something. If it's the best, why they 10 back? Because their offense was literally the worst. Their offense was literally the worst through the month of May. The Rockies were in that same conversation. The White Sox were in that same conversation. But look at their pitching here. Just look at the screen here. I haven't checked the runs allowed in a minute here, but look how many runs all these other teams have allowed. They are the lowest. They have the lowest runs allowed so far, and that doesn't tell you everything. But then look at their runs scored. 339. That's why they're a game under 500. Their offense has been, to put it lightly, trash. The Guardians and Royals, 2 of the worst offenses, up until now anyway. They just recently passed both of those ball clubs. The Rangers' offense over the past 2.5 weeks has finally started waking up. Right now they're averaging around 6 runs a game for the better part of the last 2+ weeks, and that's why the run differential has improved. We talked at the top anyway about the broadcast beef between the Blue Jays and Yankees, how Michael Kay was referencing that run differential. Well, again, look at the run differential here. Plus 28, best rotation, best bullpen so far in baseball. And yet, here they stand with only 339 runs scored. Simeon's finally solved his issues after struggling the first 2 months. Seager was in and out of the lineup and struggled for the first 2 months of the year. Langford had a first great month of the year and then struggled the last 2. Garcia struggled each of the first 2 months as well. He's starting to come out of it. Jonah Heim, Higashioka, they showed signs of waking up just in the past week alone. But both of those guys have been terrible for the better part of 3 months of the season. Josh Smith was not exactly great, but decent in the first month. He's been carrying the offense ever since. And the offense is starting to come around. Evan Carter being healthy helps as well. And now with Wyatt Langford starting to hit a little bit over the past game or so as he's been back, he should get better. Now he's kind of taken out of that pressure spot in the lineup. To kind of be one of those 2-3 hitters. They've moved him down to 6. I expect him to get a little bit better, less pressure on him. Simeon, like I said, no longer in the leadoff spot. He's now in the 3 spot. The Rangers should be a much better offensive club. The question is, do they add the high-end closer? And then do they see a big enough need with the improvements they've shown offensively to add somebody at the deadline? I still think they need another bat. They've been connected to Josh Naylor for pretty much the better part of the last week. I still see that as a possibility, but I think they're going to be holding out for something bigger if it does come along, like a Bregman. They just demoted Josh Young, who's been terrible, basically since the 3rd week in April till now, hitting 160, I believe, since that point. Let's see if he kind of settles down. He's usually a very anxious hitter anyway, but he's really shown it over the last month or so. Swinging every time he comes up with 2 outs, he's the guy that ends the inning. Some really incredible numbers. If you want to check out Evan Grant on Twitter, he posted, or on X anyway, he posted some of those numbers of how surprising it's been that he's the guy that ends the inning most of the time for the Rangers. He's now in the minors as they put Josh Smith over there at 3rd and kind of utilizing the DH spot. The one player that's been a really good bright spot for them out of nowhere is Sam Haggerty. He's really kind of sparked this offense to kind of get it going, get some speed on the base paths, and that's what really started this process. The mental days that they gave to Adolis Garcia, the time that they moved, or the time they put into Simeon to kind of move him down the lineup, give him a few off days as well, has worked as well. And same thing with Jake Berger, demoting him, bringing him back up. It worked initially, but he's started to struggle as well. I think that's the one spot the Rangers might try to improve at the deadline. Alrighty, DeLion, welcome in. Appreciate you joining us. Will Kenley Jansen be traded? Well, if you look at the standings right now, Angels 5-5 in their last 10, 2-game losing streak. They're playing Toronto, I believe. Trying to look at the score real quick. Toronto is winning that game 3-2 in the bottom of the 7th. So, looks like the Toronto Blue Jays are going to hold on to that one, and they're going to go on to an 8-game win streak. Angels going to be swept there by the Blue Jays. I don't think they'll necessarily buy here at the deadline. I think that's for sure. This is a year where they lose their manager, Ron Washington, due to health concerns. Wishing him the best, obviously. But this is not exactly a team that's expected to win anything, let alone do anything in the postseason. I think they're playing with house money, and they've had some really nice years from surprising players. Joe Adell has finally started to heat up here over the last couple of weeks. One of the hottest bats in that Angels lineup. Very good for the future of the Angels. They're never going to be able to unload Mike Trout. I don't think they would want to, and I don't think he wants to go anywhere either. As for Kenley Jansen, I expect him to be moved at the deadline. I expect anything that's not nailed down with expiring contracts or maybe even 2 years left on a deal, they'll try to get something of value for them in return. Do I think the Angels are going to punt on the rest of the year? No. I think they're still going to try to develop some of their young talent and see if they can have a nice run to get into the final wild card spot and get some of that postseason money. Are they likely to do so? Absolutely not. Even if they stood pat, are they likely to do so? No. And that's why I see pretty much all the other teams that I mentioned, the Tigers, Astros, Blue Jays currently winning the division. Yankees, Rays, Mariners currently in wild card spots. Red Sox, Rangers, and Twins. The other teams I think are more likely to get into the postseason than the Angels. Then you get into me the sellers from here on down. Royals, Guardians, Orioles, Athletics, and White Sox. To me, all those teams are sellers. Estevez could be a nice piece. Lugo could be a nice piece from the Royals if you're looking for pitching at the deadline. Orioles have been in a nice little streak as of late anyway, winning 3 in a row, beating the Braves at home, kind of dashing the season anyway for the Braves in my mind. But the Orioles, they're certainly playing better under their new manager. And do I think they'll sell everything? No. I think they'll try to trade away some of the expiring deals, some bloated contracts, try to clean up their cap sheet a little bit here, and then we'll go into the offseason and try to add a number one starter. That's what they really need to do. If they make it into the postseason with the talent that they have, which is not entirely out of the question, so be it. Absolutely great. Would love to see it happen. But they're not going to do anything once they get there. They're not going to trade for a number one this year. They will sell, and then in the offseason we'll have the discussion about, are they going to go after a Zach Gallen? Are they going to go after a Kelly? Are they going to trade for a Alcantara? Will they try to go after another starter that we haven't heard mentioned that might be available? The Mariners may decide to trade one of their starters and try to free up some salary space, those kinds of things. The A's, not exactly in a great spot with their pitching staff, with that small ballpark, giving up 518 runs. We mentioned as it got hotter in the summer, those runs allowed are going to go through the roof in that small ballpark, and they're going to they could very well set a record for number of runs allowed by a team in a 162-game season. White Sox, they're having a very nice growth year for them. I think if they finish the season with, say, 60, 65 wins, this is absolutely a good year for the White Sox. Should they sell at the deadline? Sure. Should they have sold Luis Robert before this season? Absolutely. Right now, I think they'll pretty much have to eat the entirety of that contract. Hope he's healthy and producing. But right now, he's not healthy. He's not producing, and his salary is way too bloated. I don't see a deal really making sense for any team to try to bring him in, even if he was a free player on the market. Looking at the National League side, the Dodgers, as I mentioned, we're going to be watching here in just a moment. 56-34 after some struggles kind of early on in the year. Their pitching staff really hasn't been nearly as good as we expected, but look at those runs scored. 499. We talk about the Cubs having a great offense, 481. The Dodgers are even better. Dodgers certainly are stacked this year. I think it's just kind of managing this roster, making sure they're healthy once you get to October. Once you get there, then I think you let everybody go and just take the reins off and just let them go, let them eat. Right now, I think they're trying to manage things as best they can. But right now, I think the Dodgers are, clearly the best team in the National League, the best team in baseball for my money. Cubs, they need a number one starter for me. 7-3 in their last 10, but they're a very good team. Run differential of 115. Their pitching has been better than expected, but they still need a number one. Phillies, offense has been decent for them, a little bit better than decent than some other clubs. Phillies pitching has been good at times. But they're good enough right now to currently lead the division, I believe, by half a game. Mets are right on their heels, but I think both of those clubs will make it to the postseason. Phillies don't really have any room to add anybody. Maybe to the bullpen, probably be the only thing they really do. Maybe a bench utility type player. Mets, meanwhile, are probably going to add a really high-end starter. Maybe a number one, maybe a number two, but I think it's very likely that the Mets will add starting pitching. Brewers, they could trade their best starting pitcher in Freddie Peralta and see if they can retain or try to recoup some value like they did with Josh Hader years ago. So kind of keep that in mind when you're looking at teams that might trade here at the deadline. Padres, playing a good series against the Rangers right now. 47-41, kind of holding on to that last wild card spot. Giants made their big addition at the deadline already, bringing in Rafael Devers. I think the Giants will start to add some pitching here to kind of round out this roster because their offense, I think, will improve as Devers gets more adjusted to playing out there in the Bay Area. But we shall see. As for the Padres, though, they have a couple of arms at the back end of the bullpen that could be moved. They have a couple of names like Luis Suarez, Michael King, etc., that they might try to shed for salary reasons. But the Padres still want to try to compete and win a wild card spot and see what they can do in the postseason. We'll see where they ultimately end up, however. Cardinals are still in this thing. Reds are still in this thing. Diamondbacks are still in this thing. And that's really your playoff teams here. Diamondbacks are going to do a little bit of buying and selling here. I don't think they'll outright sell, though. 3-7, though, in their last 10. If they go on a really bad losing streak before the deadline, maybe that conversation changes. But guys that are expiring, I think, could find their way out of town in Arizona. Outside of that, though, they still might try to take opportunities on the market for some controllable guys and still try to push for a wild card. Reds are in a very similar position. I don't really see them doing anything on the offensive side. Offense has been decent. Pitching to me has been, the spot where I could see them really trying to improve. Kind of a middle relief guy, maybe a back of the rotation starter to eat some innings, a veteran, somebody like that. Cardinals, I think Helsley is on the market if they can't get an extension done, just like Bregman for the Red Sox. And Nolan Arenado, I think, will also be on the market. They have a player all ready to take over that spot in Thomas Agassi, and I think he's ready to take the role and allow those young guys to eat there in that St. Louis Cardinals lineup. Teams that are out of it to me, Marlins, Braves, Pirates, Nationals, and Rockies, all will be selling at the deadline, in my opinion. We're just waiting on the official word for most of these clubs. Braves have said they're not going to sell, and until they really do it, until the deadline passes, I'll believe them. But right now, I just don't see them selling here. I just think they're in too good of a spot to try to capitalize on the market here. I think they have an ace-type pitcher that could command a haul. I think they have some good pieces like an Austin Riley if they wanted to shed some salary here, give themselves some flexibility for future years. That could be an interesting team in here at the deadline. Skeens for the Pirates will not be moving. Nationals have Nathaniel Lowe, a couple of bullpen arms. Rockies don't really have too much here. All right. Let's try to catch up on the scoreboard. Appreciate you guys joining us. Got about 12 of you guys with us right now. All right, DeLion, because the Rangers have no sauce, they need to go out and get some sauce. Fair enough. To me, they need a high-end closer more than anything else. If they get the high-end closer, I think they'll be in a much better spot. Say they get a Kenley Jansen. Not exactly the highest end, but somebody who'd be better than what they've got. Say they get a Ryan Helsley, better than what they've got. But the high end to me, we're talking Emmanuel Clase, we're talking Johan Duran from the Twins. If the Twins drop out of the wild card race here a little bit, I think they could be a team that could sell some nice pieces, especially out of that bullpen for the Twins. They have a couple of bats they could trade as well. Let's see here. Theo, do you think the Dodgers are going to be able to get Ohtani fully stretched out to throw 5-6 innings by the playoffs? Yes, absolutely. I think they're just being very patient with him. By the time they get to the postseason, he'll be ready to go for a full 5, 6, 7 innings in whatever case they decide to do it, and go from there. Let's see here. Anthony, what I mean by equivalent, Mike and Chris, we're always antagonistic towards each other on the radio when it comes to post coverage. Nobody really liked that in the Dallas Metroplex, no. Heel, welcome back. Appreciate you joining us once again. Astros are making the Dodgers look like a AAA team. I don't know about that. I think the Astros are playing well, better than expected going into the year, but we shall see. We'll see how the rest of the year goes for both of these clubs. Michael, do you think, or how the NFL, when it comes to major awards like MVP, major offensive awards, usually it's for the overall league? Would you like the MLB to do that? Heck no. I still like the awards being separate. AL versus NL, MVP. That's kind of the separator for offensive and defensive player of the year in the NFL. It's just the different version of it for them, the way they break it up. I don't think that the NFL should do anything by conference, that's for sure. Let's see, Heel. Mind you, at one point, I think last year, Sam Haggerty had a batting average of .067. Absolutely. Haggerty was really struggling last year. That's the reason why the Rangers were able to get him on a minor league deal. And then were able to add him to the 40-man roster. And he's certainly been everything the Rangers could have hoped for up to this point. Let's see here. Call me crazy. The next season, I'm calling up Walcott to battle Simeon for second base, or maybe even move Walcott to the outfield if he hits well. Of course, Skeens isn't moving for the Pirates. His career's a waste. Let's talk about the first part of that with Walcott and the Rangers. Walcott, if anything, will be coming up as a September call-up, kind of like Evan Carter was the year they won the World Series, if they need a spark. He's still got time. He needs time to kind of get acclimated to where he's at in the minor leagues right now. I don't think there's any impetus to bring him up any sooner. That being said, if they need a spark, they could then address it. As far as going into competition next year with Simeon, Simeon's going to be the second baseman next year. If Walcott's going to be on the big league roster next year, it's either going to be as a third baseman or as the right fielder in place of Adolis Garcia. If they move on from Adolis this offseason, I think there's a good chance Walcott is the starter there come opening day, or Osuna, and then they bring up Walcott at some point to take over every day out there. But I think that's most likely where you see Walcott being deployed until Simeon or Seager moves off of the position. I don't think he's going to be unseating either one of those guys defensively, at least right now. Simeon is still one of the best, if not the best, defensive second baseman in the game. And then as far as shortstop, Seager still plays an above-average second baseman, above average shortstop. In fact, in the early parts of the season, before he had that long injury stint for about a month, he was graded out as the best defensive shortstop in the game for the month of April and early parts of May. But as far as long-term solution, I think Walcott's long-term spot on this team is probably at short or maybe in right field if Seager holds on to that position a little bit longer than expected before he moves over to DH or third base or first or wherever they move Seager off of that spot. And then probably Smith gets the next bite at the apple at that spot there if Walcott's already adjusted to that right field position by that point in time. As far as Skeens, yes, he is not moving anywhere. He will be staying there in Pittsburgh. I imagine he's probably going to stay for at least 2 more years. And then with 2 years left on his deal, then the Pittsburgh Pirates then try to capitalize on his deal. Because I think this year they're going to point to and say, this is just a lost year. Next year we'll try to push for it and try to compete with Paul Skeens, build something around him. It won't work. They'll fail. Then they'll get to the offseason. They'll start talking about trading him. And then at the trade deadline is when I think real conversations will really start to perk up around him. Picture kind of a Cole Hamels-style trade in about 2 years for Paul Skeens. Right now, I think they could get probably double, maybe triple what Cole Hamels got, and nobody's going to give up that type of return for Paul Skeens. Not that he isn't worth it, but that you're just giving up so many pieces out of your organization. There's no point in making the deal at that point. Not that he's not going to make that type of an impact on your roster for that length of time and salary that he's making. It's just that you physically don't have enough pieces around the player in order to make it worth your while making the move. All right, kind of checking in on a few scores as the games are getting underway. Boston 5-3 currently over Washington. Pardon me. Toronto 3-2 over the Angels. Looks like Astros and Dodgers are indeed underway. Paredes is your leadoff hitter. Looks like he grounded out to third. Myers, Altuve is your 1-2-3 for the Astros. Smith, who's having a great year for the Astros after never playing the position out there in right field, came up as a third baseman type of a player. He has taken over that spot in right for them. They absolutely needed somebody to play for them in the outfield, and he's been a godsend for them. They still could use a left fielder here. Looks like a base hit for Myers out here to left. But Smith, Walker, who's kind of having a little bit better year for what he was expecting, or than where he was just a few weeks ago. Got off to a rough start there. Diaz, a good catcher for them, offensive-minded catcher. Not having as good of a year as hoped for, but still a good threat for them. Hummel, Dubon, and Short rounding out this roster for the Astros today. For the Dodgers, you get Ohtani, Betts, Freeman. Oh, looks like a base hit out to right as Altuve gets aboard. Runners at first and second now with one away. Pajes in center, Conforto in left, Kim at second base, Rojas rushing, Dalton rushing, getting the start behind the plate today, and Esteury Ruiz, who was called up from the minors, gets the start in right, who just fielded that ball from Altuve. Sheehan gets the start for the Dodgers today. Meanwhile, it'll be Gusto for the Astros. Kind of going with not necessarily their A lineups for either one of them. Try to catch up on a few more of these comments here. Remember when they had prime Andrew McCutchen? The early years of McCutchen's career, anyway, those were good. Back when they had, who was the player that they got from the Mets all those years ago? Ike Davis at the trade deadline, I believe, went from the Mets to the Pirates as they tried to compete for a postseason spot. They never built a true team around him. Well, I mean, it's the Pirates. They're limited with what they can really build. They're not even a team like the Astros or the Rangers budget-wise. They're not even. They're certainly not in the class of the Red Sox, the Dodgers, or the Giants, or the Yankees, or anything like that. The Phillies either. They're probably going to be one of the bottom 5 payroll teams as long as I'm going to be alive. I don't see them having a payroll bigger than what they have right now. Checking on a few of these other scores from around baseball. In extras, Detroit and Cleveland are tied 1-1. Curious to see if Cleveland can pull off a win there, because I think if the Cleveland can go on a win streak here as we get closer to the trade deadline, or closer to the All-Star break and up to the trade deadline, they could hold on to their pieces and just stand pat at the deadline, as sometimes they are wont to do. But I think the Guardians more than likely will be a seller at the deadline, especially if they lose this one and go on kind of with the streak they've been on recently and just keep playing poor baseball. Angels losing right now as they go to the ninth anyway, 3-2 against the Blue Jays. We just mentioned the Red Sox score 5-3 over the Nats. Yankees 6-4 currently over the Mets. Blue Jays tied with the Twins 2-2. White Sox and Rockies in a battle for the league's worst team, tied 2-2 in the fourth. Royals and Diamondbacks 0-0 as the game just gets underway. Both teams trying to vie for relevancy in the wild card races of both the American League and National League as well. Looks like Cam Smith just struck out. 2 away. Mariners and Pirates just getting underway. 1 on, 1 out there. If you guys are new here, be sure to hit that thumbs up at the bottom of the video. It does mean a lot to us if you go ahead and do that. Feel free to join us in the chat. Usually the way things have gone with these lives that I do when we do a game, this is the first game of the year we are doing, by the way. We will do another one probably tomorrow night, debating between 2 different teams, or 2 different games anyway. I will be working till probably about 8 o'clock. So the 2 games that we have the choices of are going to be the Rangers versus the Angels, or the Phillies versus the Giants. Let me know in the comment section which one you guys would prefer us to do. Leaning towards probably the Phillies and Giants, just to check in on both of those ball clubs. Rangers and Angels, very competitive series, I would imagine, as they try to compete for that final wild card spot as well. But I'm leaning towards the Phillies, just to kind of check out that roster and see how they're doing. Watch a full game of theirs as well. Tuesday, we'll probably do a doubleheader. Both of those game 2 of those series are in contention, as well as the Mets and Orioles and Braves and A's. 2-1 here on Christian, or 2-2 now on Christian Walker as he fouls one off. We'll get into some trade talk here in just a second. Just waiting for this inning here. Got some news about Brian Reynolds, who's drawing some trade interest around Major League Baseball right now. He has a 6-team no trade. And looks like he grounded out to second into the inning there. We go to the bottom half of the first. Okay, let's check out our standings real quick. Brian Reynolds has certainly drawn interest around Major League Baseball for trades for a while now. And this year, after having some years that weren't so good there for Pittsburgh, certainly having a better season this year. So he's right back in trade discussions, as you might expect. And he's got a 6-team no-trade list. You guys might be surprised at some of the teams that are in the list. It's almost all playoff teams. We're talking, let me go ahead and pull it up for you guys. Yankees, Mets, Blue Jays, Dodgers, Giants, and Padres. So either A, he doesn't want to go to the coasts, or B, he just doesn't want to be traded. I would lean towards he just doesn't want to be traded at this year's deadline, and he wants to have a choice of where he goes if he does get moved again. This is a player that really has not enjoyed being in trade discussions before, and I think he's trying to avoid being in those now. So we'll see what happens here. But I think the Yankees could be a team that might kick the tires on him. The Mets might be a team that kicks the tires on him. Blue Jays, I think, could be another one. Dodgers will probably kick the tires on everybody. They always do. Giants could always use some more depth. Padres, I don't think necessarily would do it for Brian Reynolds. I think they would be looking for other pieces first before a player like a Brian Reynolds type. But other teams that are in contention could use his services. Brewers aren't going to be one of those teams. Cubs, I doubt it. On the AL side, the Rangers possibly, but I doubt it. Mariners certainly could be. I think they would be a team that necessarily wouldn't be able to afford his contract. They might have to get Pittsburgh to pay it down, even as smallish as it currently is for them. Heel, if you are a Rangers, who's the number one guy you're shopping to trade away? Good question. There's two schools of thought for me. If you're looking to trade a piece at the deadline, you got to be willing to let it go and still be competitive. Because remember, Bochy and Chris Young are trying to win. So if you're trying to trade to win this year, Berger's an underperforming piece. He might be the piece off of the Major League roster that I could trade. He's not going to fetch me anything as far as a return at the deadline, but he would be a kind of a nice piece for a developing team, somebody who needs a low-cost contract to see something still in the player, much like the Rangers did when they acquired him from the Marlins this past offseason. As far as a player who might attract a return, Patrick Corbin was one of those players, but I think he's actually going to stay with this team at this point, given their needs in the starting staff. Same thing goes for John Gray. Other pieces that could be moved, I could see a Chris Martin being moved to kind of save some salary to allow them to try to bring in an even better high-leverage relief arm, somebody who could be a closer for them. Adolis Garcia, I think, could be a little bit of a buy or kind of a sell and buy situation. You trade him to like a big market who needs that type of an impact bat. You save the salary there, then you reinvest that money elsewhere, either in the bullpen as a high-leverage closer or in another bat at the deadline or two. But I doubt they'll be selling any of those pieces. Like I said, this is a very competitive roster by nature, or competitive team by nature. And I think they'll be trying to add guys like Josh Naylor, guys like Estevez from the Royals, Helsley from the Cardinals all come to mind. Trying to catch up on the game here. Looks like Ohtani just flew out to center. One away there. But wanted to get into some trade talks anyway. Let me get these ads off our screen here. In fact, you pay for the no ads version. You'd think they'd give you the no ads. But they say whenever that happens, you're supposed to close it, open it in a new tab, baseball trade values again, and then you just log in again. They say resetting it that way is really the only way to get it to not do that, to where you don't get these ads popping up all the time. I literally just renewed so that we could talk about this in our videos. I've been begging for another Mark Teixeira on the Rangers for years, so we got Brian Reynolds. I would be so happy. I don't really want a player like Brian Reynolds, though. I want a better guy. I want more pop. The reason why they went out and did what they did this offseason, bringing in Peterson, Berger, Higashioka, was to address the needs of power in this lineup. Let me just show you where the Rangers currently rank with this pitching or with this offense right now. Where are the home runs at? They're sitting 20th. Let's see where they were last year. Remember, Rangers went after home runs last year, or home runs this offseason. They were 18th. They finished last year 18th in home runs. And they were supposed to be getting better in that category. That's why they went out and got Berger, Peterson, and Higashioka to help them out in that power department. They wanted to be over that 200 mark. They wanted to be in the top 10 for sure. Now the offense in the ballpark itself has been hard to come by this year for Texas, absolutely. But they still want more power. So if they're looking for that, I mean, for me, if you're looking for an offensive piece for the Rangers, somebody who's hitting a lot of home runs at a position they need, Eugenio Suarez. The Yankees seem to be constantly the team coming up for Eugenio Suarez, and I absolutely see the fit. The Yankees have a huge hole there at third base. Rangers, I don't think, want to move off of Josh Young, but they need production from that position. They need home runs, and there it is in spades right now from the Diamondbacks. And you're very much you're very much familiar with the player. Played against him with the Mariners for years. Played the Diamondbacks in this series. You're very comfortable with the player that Eugenio Suarez is. You're very comfortable knowing who he is. Does he fit this clubhouse? I'm not sure he does, but he certainly brings the home runs that you're really looking for. Nobody else in this top 10 is going to be moved at this deadline. Raleigh's staying. Judge is staying. Ohtani is staying. Schwarber staying. Suzuki staying. Pete Crow Armstrong staying. Wood, Caminero, Green, Soto. None of those players are getting moved. So if you're looking for some power, that's the only guy that's above 20 home runs that's available. You get into this next crop of players. Byron Buxton is probably the next player. That's a big salary that you're going to be taking on for the next 3 years. Carroll's not moving. Torkelson's not moving. Ward could be the next player that's available. Adele, I think, is coming into his own this year for the Angels. I doubt he's available. Brandon Lau from the Tampa Bay Rays, I think he's a legitimate name for the Rangers to keep in mind at. Ketel Marte, not moving. Bush, not moving. Ellie, not moving. Nimmo, not moving. Paredes, not moving. Rooker could be had, but I doubt it. So the only guy that's really bringing power at the deadline that I think is difference-making power is Eugenio Suarez. Now, of course, Bregman would be, the guy at the deadline for everybody if he enters the chat, but we shall see. Let's check in on the game, see if we missed anything. Looks like we had a Mookie Betts single and then a Freddie Freeman strikeout. And then Pajes looks like he grounded out to second into a force. So through one, nothing there, Astros and Dodgers. While we wait for the next half inning, let's see if we can... Oh, there's the Rockets jersey edit. As it's now official, Kevin Durant is now a member of the Rockets. Orioles need some catching depth. They've got, 6 catchers injured right now? They get Alex Jackson from the Yanks. Let's update a few scores from around the game anyway. Yay! Looks like the Detroit Tigers opened up a can in the 10th, and it's still going. Last time we checked in on this game, it was the top of the 10th and 1 out. 6 runs have come across the board now. That's impressive. Boston still 5-3. Yankees still 6-4. Tampa now 4-2 over the Twins. White Sox have taken the lead, 3-2. And everybody else is scoreless so far. Just seeing if anything else is breaking at the moment. Looks like Denver is going to hold fast to the line that they're not going to allow Valanciunas out of his contract. Not a good look for Denver. Usually when a player wants out of his deal, they usually grant it. That's why international leagues usually grant the players their release to come over to play for the NBA. And yes, you want to have the player because you think he's probably the best backup Valanciunas, or not Valanciunas, the best backup Jokic has had in years. Now, if you just hadn't done the trade, instead of forcing the trade to go through for Saric for Valanciunas, if you just held on to Saric, you probably could have traded that contract in Saric to another team for another center that could have been available. Maybe even a Jock Landale, who just got signed by the Memphis Grizzlies. Not exactly the same player, but still gives you a very good, high-quality backup. Not necessarily in Valanciunas' category, but instead of having players start to get a bad taste in your mouth with a brand new GM, brand new coach, brand new coaching staff coming in, now you're starting it off on the bad foot by not letting Valanciunas out of his deal. Not a good look. No, sir. Heel, I look at Otani's numbers versus the AL West and NL West. The team he destroys the most in the AL West is the Angels. NL is the Rockies. I know, shocker. Yes, but he destroys a lot of teams. There's very few teams that aren't privy to his destruction, I'll put it that way. Diaz grounds out for the first out here. Hummel up next for the Astros. Nothing here in the top of the second. If you guys are new here, turn on your alerts, hit that subscribe button, like the video down at the bottom. We're going to get into a lot of trade talk as we kind of watch along here. Our first live game of the year, so I appreciate you guys watching with us. All right, let's go over to baseballtradevalues.com and kind of get into this trade deadline here. Let's start with a team like the Yankees, because to me, their recent swoon that they've gone through is 100% related to their pitching staff. Losing Garrett Cole at the top before the season even began, we knew they were going to be behind the 8-ball, and now you get Clark Schmidt going down. They need more depth more than anything else. Yes, they could use another power bat like a Eugenio Suarez, but I think their chips, every bit of their resources should be committed to trying to add to this pitching if they want to really compete this year. If they want to punt on the season, so be it. But for me, I think they need to add pitching, and more pitching. So let's take a look. Who could be available? Let's start with innings. Who's the innings eater that they could possibly go after now that they've gotten another injury on that staff? Crochet ain't going anywhere. Webb, no. Fried already on your team. Skubal, no. Wheeler, no. Valdez, no. Rodon, no. Skeens, no. Littell, possible. Also in your division, only a 3.5 ERA. That's the first name there I'd kind of keep in mind. Severino's been a nice innings eater for the A's, but at a 5.3 ERA in a bandbox out there in Sacramento, maybe you move him to a bigger ballpark and his numbers drop by a full run and a half. So I'd expect maybe a 3.8 ERA for Severino if you trade for him now. I'd still probably go after Littell first, considering the money that's due for Severino, not just this year, but this coming year and the year after that as well. Who else here? Robbie Ray, no. Wu, I doubt. Barrios isn't going anywhere. There were recent discussions about Keller and the Boston Red Sox, I believe, as they were looking for more pitching. The Mets had also been connected to Mitch Keller as well. But I think Keller, while he is a good pitcher, isn't necessarily a needle mover for those two markets. I think they need to go with more of a high-end guy, especially if you're the Mets. You need a number one. Keller, to me, is probably a 2-3 in a postseason rotation. But certainly has the ability to go even better. But a 3-10 record is not indicative of the performance he's given. He's been very good so far and could get even better in a better position as well. Bailey Ober to the Yankees, possibly. Jake Irvin with Washington, a 4.71, not exactly getting it done this year. Gosman ain't going anywhere. Gore ain't going anywhere. Joe Ryan, 2.76 ERA. I think that would be a great piece out there for people, but again, I worry about injury. I'm not sure if he's still injured or not. Nope, he's healthy again. Okay. I was wondering if he was back on the injured list or not. Game logs. He's through today, actually. 6 innings, 6 hits, 1 home run, 2 earned allowed. He's a very good starting pitcher. he'd be one of those, hey, we're selling everything not nailed down, and even the pieces that are nailed down, we might pry them up for you if you're the Minnesota Twins at the deadline. But again, looking at where they are in the standings, Twins currently sit, let me go ahead and update this as results come in. Twins are still 43 and 46, 4 games back of the final wild card. They're going to have to jump Red Sox, Rangers, and Angels, in addition to one of those wild card teams to get into the postseason. Not impossible, but this has been a very streaky, and I mean a streaky team this year. Check in on the game once again, see if we're missing anything. Looks like Hummel grounded out and Dubon popped out. A 1-2-3 inning for the Dodgers in the top half. So we go to the bottom half. Looks like we get Conforto, Kim, and Rojas in the bottom of the second inning. Looks like Conforto has fallen behind 0-2 really quick here. Could be a tough day for offenses out there, even though they're not exactly facing household names. Just kind of the quirkiness of their lineups that they're going with today. Not exactly their A lineups, but two teams that should easily find themselves in the postseason. Houston, if they wins this one, will be 20 games above 500. They would easily, to me, make it into the postseason. Do I think they still are that they would win the division going away? I'm not sure they have that sewn it up yet, but I do think they're easily in the postseason right now. Same thing goes for the Dodgers. 1-2 now. But let's say the Yankees are the team that goes to the Twins and tries to pry away a guy like Joe Ryan. What would it take? Joe Ryan having a great year, 69 value, and you get him for 2 years after. So your rotation after this season would look something like Garrett Cole, Fried, Rodon, Ryan, Heel, and then you'd have depth behind him with Schmidt coming back from Tommy John and other pieces as well. But if the Yankees went after a piece like this, if he wasn't the ace on their staff, he certainly would be worth it as a 3-4 in a rotation. This year, you go into the postseason, Fried's taking the ball in game 1. I'd probably give the ball to Ryan in game 2, Rodon game 3. That would probably be how I would set things up if I was a Yankee in the Yankees front office, if I was Aaron Boone. What would it cost to get it? Well, Twins are looking to get cheap and young. Lombard's really improved his value, up to 44 now. His value a year ago at this time was around 10. So he's quadrupled his value in just a year. Also take into account that a lot of the Yankees media gives a lot more focus to some of the prospects on hand. So you can get burned on some of these high-end prospects not working out from the Yankees. Multiple teams have been burned in the past by doing something like that. The time where the Yankees get burned is like the Joey Gallo trade, where you don't necessarily focus on the top-end talent, go after a George Lombard. You take a quantity approach like the Rangers did with Joey Gallo. They got Josh Smith, Ezekiel Duran, both players currently on their major league roster years after the Gallo trade. Even if you get one player to work out as a major leaguer, it was worth it for the Gallo deal. This trade, obviously, you're hoping for a player of some ilk back. So a George Lombard would be a great centerpiece of this deal, but then you might not get a good return further down the line. Heel, I don't think you're going to include him in this deal because, again, you're looking to add pitching, not subtract. Let's go ahead and put Lombard in this deal. He's your centerpiece. Dominguez, I don't think would be included in this deal. He's part of the Major League roster at this point. Spencer Jones might make some sense now at this point. He'd probably take over first base for the Twins. Cunningham as a starting pitcher makes some sense. How close are we with value? We're only 5 off. And then who's the pitcher that I usually go with? LaGrange? Hampton, Lillane? Trying to remember, one of those guys is injured right now. Say you throw in a Hampton, and to round out the deal, you give a Lillane. Bit of an overpay? Sure. But in order to get George Lombard, in order to get Joe Ryan from the Twins and 2 future years of control, for number 2 starter in your rotation, or what would effectively be a number 3 next year with Garrett Cole coming back, that'd make your rotation one of the most lethal in the game. I still think the Dodgers would be better, but this would be the type of move I think would be a difference-making move for the Yankees this year. Is it worth giving up that much prospects? You're giving up high end and you're giving up depth. I think if I'm the Yankees, I'd probably hold out and hold on to Lombard and offer up 2 smaller pieces in return. Maybe bigger piece than Hampton and Lane if I'm giving up the bigger pieces a little further on down the line. So instead of a Lombard, say you go with, let's take him out real quick and just see what it would have to be before we do it. Say you go with a Will Warren as a starting pitcher going back the other way, and you include, normally you'd be looking Dominguez, but he doesn't have that high of a value right now. Maybe a Ben Rice, too high of a value. You take out the 2 smaller pieces. If you're the Yankees, would you rather do this trade or the one with Lombard? If I'm the Yankees, I'd probably prefer this trade because Ben Rice is kind of a redundant player for me in this year's lineup. Will Warren does hurt the depth as far as rotation and health. I'd rather hold on to Warren. If I'm building for this year and next year, I think I'd probably give up Lombard instead and go in free agency and try to add a third baseman at that point. So let's take out both of these, put Lombard back in there. All the way down. Lane, Hampton, validate, post. So there's the trade. Yankees get a number 2 starter in exchange for Spencer Jones, has certainly seen his prospect value drop a little bit. Lombard, who's quadrupled his value. Hampton, Lane, and Cunningham, just to kind of give you some starting pitchers to hope on if you're the Twins. If you're the Yankees, if you're worried about giving up 3 young 20 starting pitchers that are developing well, I then would say, hey, you got Fried locked up for, 6 more years? You got Ryan locked up for 2 more years after the season. You have Garrett Cole. There's your 1, 2, 3. You still have years of control for Luis Gil as well. There's 4. You have Clark Schmidt. That's 5. You have Will Warren. That's 6. I wouldn't worry about these depth pieces further on down the line. The guys that are 17, 18 years old right now in the Yankee system will be these players in a year or 2 anyway. So I would say what you're giving up here is pieces that never would make a difference for you anyway. The only 2 pieces that might make a difference on your roster are Spencer Jones, who's blocked currently by Goldschmidt on a 1-year deal, Ben Rice, who obviously still has some contract length there, but I'd say there's really no place for Jones on the roster right now. And if he gets you a number 2 starter that makes a difference for you getting to a World Series, absolutely worth it. George Lombard, you have Volpe already at shortstop. Sure, he might be the better long-term answer, offensively give you a little bit of a spark if Volpe ultimately doesn't work as well as you had thought. But third base, you still have free agency to contend with. There should be no shortage of talent that's available at those spots. And, Bregman's going to be out there again. There's nothing to say that they wouldn't go after him, especially with Stroman and so forth that they could be getting off the books. Of course, Goldschmidt no longer will be there. I think this is the type of a deal where it's difference-making for the Yankees this year, and the price isn't too high for their future needs as well. Mark, I think wish the Texas Rangers, we sellers got some depth that almost ready to come, or almost ready, some if depth and pitching depth, starting if you can. That was kind of my thought too as far as the Rangers, but they're not willing to sell at this deadline. The Rangers... Here's the good and bad about having Bochy and Chris Young as your manager GM, or manager president of baseball ops. They're never going to sell unless it's absolutely for certain that they are not going to make the postseason. And right now, you look at the standings, Texas is, a game out from a 500 record. They're 3 games out of the final wild card, and I would say they just had a even series with the Mariners. They're equally as good. I think if self-inflicted errors cost them against the Rays, I'd say the Yankees are probably better offensively by a mile. But I'd say their pitching staff is much better for the Rangers. Can they hold it down in the big moments? That's the question. That's why I think they need to get a high-end reliever. Astros, they always play very tough. Blue Jays, they play well, but the pitching staff I still have questions about. I think the Rangers, if you get into a postseason series, would love their rotation of DeGrom, Eovaldi, and whoever starts Game 3 versus whoever the Blue Jays run out there. And then as far as the Detroit Tigers, I'm still not a believer in what they've done so far this year. If they keep this up, even for the 162, I still may not believe them as they get closer to the postseason. But, this is still a good roster in Detroit. They're getting great years out of Javi Baez and Riley Green. Resurgent years from those guys, but I don't necessarily view them as a juggernaut that can't be beat. Tarek Skubal obviously would be a great Game 1 starter for them in a postseason series. Bullpen has been great for them. We talked about the Rangers being the best in baseball since the beginning of June. Tigers are right there in that same conversation from the beginning of the season. I just wonder about their ability to keep it up through the rest of the year. Let's check in on the game anyway, see if anything has happened. Looks like the Dodgers did finally score. We had the Conforto walk. Kim had a single. Double play, got 2 outs quickly. Runner at third, 2 outs. Conforto was at third. Rushing hit a double. Talked to you guys this offseason about Rushing being a difference maker for them this year. He gets the first run across the board for the Dodgers. 1-0 as they go to the third. And then Esteury Ruiz, their number 9 hitter, grounds out. It'll be Short, Paredes, and Myers in the third for the Astros. Let's kind of keep our conversation going with this trade talk on a Sunday afternoon. Actually, let's check in on some games first. Let's see who's gone final. Half of them have gone final. Brewers win over the Marlins 3-1. Yankees finish it off against the Mets. Guardians did get 1 run back in the bottom of the 10th anyway, but Detroit keeps their losing streak going and improves on an AL best record to 57-34. Toronto finishes it off against the Angels, 3-2 winners. Toronto just keeps on winning. 8-game win streak right now for the Blue Jays. 10-1 in their last 10, or 10-1 in their last 11. Phillies take care of business against the Reds, 3-1. That's why I think the Reds, if they're going to add anything, it will be pitching. Braves get swept once again, this time at home by the Orioles. They drop to 39-50, and they say they won't sell, but I'll believe it when I see it. Looks like the White Sox and Rockies continue to score, 4-4 there. Winner basically avoids being the designated worst team in baseball. But to me, the Rockies, full 10 games back from the White Sox, or 10 games fewer wins anyway than the White Sox. I think the Rockies have that one pretty well in hand. Looks like the Twins have come back and tied it against the Rays, 4-4 now as they go to the 9th inning. And Boston, the game is tightening up there, 6-4 against the Nationals. 2 outs in the bottom of the 9th. Runner on first, so the winning run is up. Let's take a look and check in on that game. And that's it. Game is over. C.J. Abrams flied out to left. Red Sox get the win. That's all she wrote for that one. One and two on Short, the number 9 hitter for the Astros, leading it off in the top of the third. Welcome in, Itai. Appreciate you joining us. Mark, I think you would throw Eovaldi game 1, DeGrom game 2, Rocker game 3 if they would get there. If I'm Texas, I'd probably throw DeGrom game 1. Looks like Short got a line drive single to center. I'd throw DeGrom game 1, Eovaldi game 2, just because I know he has the mental fortitude. If DeGrom throws an egg in game 1, he can handle it in game 2. Not that DeGrom couldn't. I just have the past postseason success if I'm Bochy with Eovaldi to come back in game 2 and be able to hold it down for me, especially if I'm going on the road in the postseason. Game 1, game 2, I'm on the road. I want DeGrom, Eovaldi taking those starts. Game 3, Rocker has certainly the high-end ability. He's got to show me better consistency before I even put him in that conversation. I would probably go with Molly for the game 3 starter, if healthy. I'd probably go Rocker as the piggyback guy, and Leiter would get game 4. Welcome back, Everyday Mets. Mets lost, dang it. Yes, they did, unfortunately. Yankees finally ended their losing streak. 3-0 here on Paredes, who's got a good eye at the plate. Rocker stuff could shut down a team, not Corbin. Absolutely. I think Corbin's more of a 162-game pitcher at this point. Kind of a mop-up guy if you get to the postseason. He's a guy that might even be left off the postseason roster once we get to October. Kind of picture him in kind of that Dane Dunning type of a role. From 23. Dunning was a great pitcher for the Rangers for the 162. In fact, was the best starting pitcher for the Rangers that year, the year they won the World Series. And yet, who was the pitcher they didn't count on? It was Dane Dunning, because he didn't have the quote-unquote stuff. Instead, they counted on the top two guys, of course, with Montgomery and Eovaldi, even though Dunning had the better track record of success, consistency that year. Eovaldi had better, higher-end numbers. Same thing with Montgomery, so that's why they got Game 1, Game 2. So then you're asking yourself, well, why didn't they put Dunning Game 3? Well, because in the postseason, they like stuff, which is why they went with Andrew Heaney. Paredes on a 3-1, gets a double there. Very nice. Down the line and left. Looks like Houston trying to get back into this one, as the Dodgers currently lead 1-0 in the top of the third. Mark, sorry, missing a finger on hand. Sorry for so many typos. Aye. Ouch. Sounds like that might hurt a little bit there, Mark. Sorry about your finger. Itai, yo, been a while. How you doing? Doing pretty well. I'll be honest, I don't have faith in the Rangers making the postseason unless they make a couple of big or important moves to upgrade the offense. I'm not too worried about the offense. Originally, before say they go through May, I would have said to you, I absolutely am worried about the offense. But June happened. They've had 3 good weeks of offense now. Even longer than that for guys like Garcia, guys like Simeon. Seager's starting to heat up. Langford, isn't going to be as bad as he was for the month of May and June. He's looking a little bit warmer. Evan Carter looks like he's playing well. Haggerty's doing a good job off the bench. Offense for the catcher spot worried me up until about 2-3 games ago. Again, it's only 2-3 games, so I still am worried about the catcher spot, but it's starting to show signs of life. DH, first base, third base, that's kind of the spot I'm worried about. Josh Smith solves one of those 3 positions, but then you're left with a combination of Berger, Duran, Young, Peterson at those spots, and that's where I think the Rangers, if they're going to add, that's where they'll add at the deadline. A guy like Naylor's been the one they're most connected with. I wouldn't be surprised if they try to go after an Alex Bregman in the offseason. I think they're going to try to do that anyway. I think they'll try to get one big bat this offseason, and I think they're going to try to get one elite starting pitcher this offseason in addition to a closer if they don't address those needs here at the deadline. If they make the trade at the deadline for Duran or Clase, that solves their need at the back end, but we shall see how this thing goes. Jake Myers is the first out here in the top of the third. Cobra, welcome back. Padres might get Duran. I did see some of those headlines about a week ago. After the trade that sent away Rafi Devers, there was conversations, even before that anyway, about Duran being available, the odd man out of that lineup anyway. Anthony looks like the real deal there for the Red Sox. He's looked very good since he's been called up. But Duran is going to be a member of that Red Sox. They have no reason to go ahead and trade him right now. In the offseason, there might be a conversation about that to kind of free up some playing time. But Devers gone. Until they get Bregman signed to a long-term deal, I don't think Duran's going anywhere. And even if Bregman does get signed long-term, I think they'll try to find other pieces to move instead of Duran. They move him over to left field anyway when they have Rafaela anyway in center. Roman Anthony, I think, taking over in right long-term, probably going to be the answer. I think the guy they would prefer to move on from is Wilyer Abreu, but he's been very good as well. So we shall see. Cobra, there's new rumors today also. I did see those as well, but to me, there's not a lot of smoke there for me. Once we see, how do I put this? Say we get to the All-Star break and there's more conversation about the Red Sox and their positioning, win or loss, where they're at with their record. The tough road trip or the tough stretch of games they're going to have right out of the break as well is going to be very indicative of how that team is going to go. But I think with Devers being moved, there's no impetus for them to make any moves as far as Duran is concerned, especially with him being under contract for a little longer here. Now, Bregman, if they don't get a contract extension done, I think could very well be moved at the deadline. That was the subject of the video we made right before we came on the air. I invite you guys to check that one out. Follow us here at The Upside. Hit that little thumbs up at the bottom of the video as well to like the video if you wouldn't mind. But we'll try to keep you guys as much up to date as we can as we get closer and closer to the trade deadline. Padres do need a catcher. They've been talking about pretty much any catcher that's available. There's really not an improvement that I see that easily clicks in and makes sense. Offense, as far as the catcher spot is down across the league, with the exception, of course, Cal Raleigh. Even Adley Rutschman is out and injured and having a down year offensively. Just catching is not a position of great offensive potential right now outside of Raleigh, and we'll have to see what happens here. Looks like Altuve, did he get a sacrifice fly? Yeah, he had a sacrifice fly out to right, it looks like, as they tie the game 1-1. 2 outs for the runner on third now. Here's the other thing to keep in mind with the Padres. They're a little over budget, even before the season, as to what they were going to be working with financially. The finance guys in San Diego were not willing to take on salaries. They were wanting to offload some salaries before the season began. That's why we heard a lot of rumors around King. That's why we heard rumors around Cease. That's why we have rumors around Luis Arraez as well. I think there's still a good chance one of those pieces gets moved. Most likely Luis Arraez. I would love to have him as a Rangers fan. They don't have the financial wherewithal to take him on, but that would be the reason why they would trade him anyway. So I don't think there's a match there between Texas and San Diego. For those of you holding out hope, Arraez ends up in Texas. But I do think there's a chance he gets moved. He's their cleanup hitter right now. Very unconventional one, but still a very good player. Hitting 280 something, I believe, this year, but still a very good player. Had 4 hits in the game yesterday. Cobra, you guys are lucky to have Higgy. He had a couple of good games against the Padres. That's about his entire season. The contract has not worked out for Texas at all. Honestly, if the Padres were to come to Texas and be like, hey, we'll trade you Luis Arraez for Higashioka, Texas signs on the dotted line before you guys run away. In fact, they might even say, hey, would you guys be willing to throw in one of your elite high-end relievers like a Adam or a Suarez or somebody like that and be able to eat some of that money to be able to get Higashioka? Then I think there'd be a conversation there. They might have to include a third team to take on a salary to kind of offload some money there. But if you guys are willing to take on Higashioka's contract, I think Texas would love to take that call and see if they could offload that money because he has not been good in Texas so far. As far as handling a pitching staff, he does that great. But there are catchers galore out there who do that right now. If this is the beginning of the Higashioka we're going to see in the second half, then I'd love to see it if I'm Texas. But I just don't think it is. I think his offense last year was a little fluky back with San Diego. Do I think he's as bad as he's been with Texas? No. That's why I think there's still meat on the bone there if a team wants to trade for Higashioka. But with Texas's financial situation, I think he'd be one of the players they'd be willing to move on from right now. Altuve in the 3-hole just seems more himself. I mean, Altuve's been an interesting case with the positionally or where they play him positionally this year. I think he's just been in his head a lot this year, and I think he's a good enough hitter. He'll figure these kinds of things out eventually. Either way. Cobra, I think Arraez will be a Met or a Yankee. I think that's the more likely of the two, more likely than the Rangers, as you mentioned. He could be another fit for a team like the Cubs as well, who's looking for a utility-type player. But Arraez really doesn't fit that type of thing because they're looking for a player who can play all over the spot, or all over the diamond anyway in Chicago. And he doesn't really fit outside of the fact that he's a good bat and they fit him wherever they can in the lineup. Not necessarily a good fit defensively. And I think the Cubs are looking for somebody proficient defensively in those spots and still a good bat. Arraez does not necessarily fit that description there. Mark, I think you have done this before. What Texas have to give to get Duran, the closer from Minnesota? Let's go ahead and do that one now that we are in the going to the bottom of the third inning there. Dodgers and Astros tied at 1. I've done this one a few times, but the more and more I think about it, it's a harder and harder trade to make. Because if you're the Twins, let me see if I can pull up their schedule real quick. Really don't like that kind of schedule. Okay, so you got the All-Star break coming up. You got the 3 games against the Cubs at home, 3 games against the Pirates at home. You should probably go 3-3 in that stretch. Go 1-2 versus the Cubs, 2-1 versus the Pirates. You enter the break 3-3. The record right now, let me see if they've updated the standings. No, they have not yet. So 44 and 46. You enter the break 47 and 49. You're probably a couple of games out of the wild card spot at that point. You go through the All-Star break and you're just trying to see how you get out of the break, what your team is looking like. You have the All-Star game. Then you get 3 against the Rockies. You probably go 1-2 or go 2-1 because it's in Colorado. I think you get swept on the road against the Dodgers. I think you go 2-1 against the Nationals. I think there's a good chance you get swept at home by the Red Sox, depending on how that rotation settles out. I like the Twins. They're my second favorite team. They were my first ever favorite team back when I was yay high. But I just don't think the Twins are necessarily a consistent team. They're incredibly streaky. Maybe this is the start of a hot streak for them. They did play very well against the Rays. Let me go ahead and check on the scores real quick and just see what the score of that game is. They're going into extras once again. Rockies taking a 6-4 lead over the White Sox. Royals 1-0 over the Diamondbacks. Seattle still scoreless. Orioles completed their sweep against the Braves earlier. 6-4 Red Sox over the Nats. Phillies 3-1 over the Reds. Blue Jays 3-2 over the Angels. 8-game win streak there. Detroit dominates the Guardians. They score 6 in the 10th. Yankees get off the schneid with a win against the Mets in a getaway game. And the Brewers 3-1 winners over the Marlins. Ohtani 0 for 2 so far. Betts lines out to center. And there are 2 away quickly in the bottom of the third. But let's go ahead and do a trade there. We talked about Minnesota. They got an interesting schedule coming up. I think at best they probably go 500 before the deadline. At best. Which puts them still under 500 at the trade deadline. So to put a trade together, you're going to have to convince the Twins to sell. If the Twins hit a rough patch, like I think they could be easier to convince them. We just did a Joe Ryan trade to the Yankees. How that would have to make sense for both sides. I think Buxton offensively could be had. Duran's only got 2.5 years. I think this is the year that they could trade Duran. More likely is next year, but if you're going to get him, he would be the closer I would probably go after. I think he is gettable. For the Rangers, you'd probably have to give up a piece that they could use now, like Osuna. I don't think they want to give up Josh Young. Rosario makes the most sense as far as a big headliner piece. But I don't think they go that direction either. It's tough to come up with a deal here. Because with what they've got to work with, I don't think they want to get rid of these options. Dreiling, improving offensively, could be had in a nice trade. The only way I'm moving him, though, is for a more impactful piece. Even though Duran, I think, is very impactful, I want somebody even better. Osuna, I think they have the flexibility defensively, or with their outfield right now, where they have the option to move him. The Trash World Series, yeah. That's kind of what we were pointing out earlier this week as far as the battle for the worst team in the league. Say they do Rosario just because they don't want to. Your headliner is Rosario. I think you take back Osuna if you're giving up Rosario, even though he is injured. And then you go a little bit cheaper, like a Santos. You give up 2 injured pitchers. Although Santos is sounding like he's getting close to returning. You would want somebody who's not injured, though, to kind of round out this deal. And Bratt's name has been out there quite a bit. So the Twins get the advantage of this deal because they get 2 pitchers who have much higher internal values for the Rangers. But because of their injury, they're kind of depressed value. And they get 2 really nice pieces that they don't have to count on this year, that they can take over in that rotation for Lopez or Ryan or Ober if they trade those guys at the deadline. They have those options then internally that they'd be able to fill in next year. the year after, so forth and so on. If I'm the Twins, do I do this trade? If I'm the Twins and I decide I'm selling and I'm trading Duran, would I take this deal? I'd probably say no. I'd probably say no. So I'm not going to do it. Let's go ahead and clear this trade out. We have done some Duran trades before to the Rangers, but it just doesn't make sense the way the roster is currently constructed. Let me check and see if anything else is happening in the game. Freddie Freeman got a single out to right. Pa has flied out to left to end the inning. Looks like the Rays have scored 2 already in the top of the 10th and now have a runner on third. Nobody out against the Twins. So the Twins, if they drop that finale, they go to 43 and 47. Say they go 500 the rest of the way till the All-Star break. I think then they would probably make the decision to sell at that point. Other teams that have closers that could be of interest to the Rangers. We talked about the Angels and the ability to trade away Kenley Jansen. Put the Rangers in here. It'd be an in-division trade, so it'd be a little tougher. You have the finances to worry about as well if you're the Angels. But you're the Angels. You have deep pockets. He has negative value, but if you include, say, his entire salary, you pay for it all. So basically he's a free player. Now the Rangers include a decent prospect in return. Say like the Brat kid that I was talking about, has his name out there quite a bit. There's your headliner back. That'd be a great return already on investment. Let me see where he ranks currently in the Rangers system. Number 19, and I think he's probably going up. Let me see what his numbers are. 2.55 ERA in Double-A. That's pretty good. 74 innings, 91 strikeouts. He's pretty good. The Rangers have pretty some like 3 or 4 guys that are having nice years at Double-A and Triple-A that they were not expecting. Brat is one of them. Who was the other one? Drake is another one. David Davalio. I'm not sure how to pronounce his name anyway, but that's another one. This kid has a nice value on this site. What does his numbers look like? 302 average, a 910 OPS, 6 homers, more walks than strikeouts, and 8 stolen bases. And he's now hitting at Single-A. Huh. How old is he? 19? He's probably going to finish the year at A-ball. Seong-Young Kim is our baby. Hopefully he becomes decent. Let's say you did Kenley Jansen for that, and then you threw in kind of a lottery ticket just so it's not a one-for-one deal. Say you threw in a, I don't know, another reliever that they could probably call up. A nothing piece to put in the back. Validate. Receiving too much cash. So let's say they do 4.5. Oh, gotta switch the top one. My bad. Too far. To the Rangers. Now it's a trade. Okay, that is too much. Too much. 3 possible starting pitchers for Texas. I don't think I want that. It's supposed to be the Korean Otani, Seong-Young Kim. So would Clase or Finnegan? We can do those. But Brad is probably going to be the name that's going to be traded out of the Double-A guys, if I had to guess. But this is a trade that gets you a closer for free and still leaves you financial flexibility to go after a Naylor to kind of round out your lineup. Rangers get their high leverage closer who's been able to do it in the postseason before. Would Clase or Finnegan be better? Clase kind of fits in that same category with the Indians. I think they would be more amenable to an injured player trade. And I think the trade there actually makes more sense too. So if you go to the Guardians, Rangers, we're looking majors, we're looking relievers. Cade Smith has incredible value, and he's got another year of control. Clase has another year on top of Duran, which is why his value is a little higher. Also was the best closer in the game last year. This year, not quite as good, but still very good. Now you're the Rangers. Your headliner is Rosario to the Guardians. Guardians want offense, so you'd probably include Osuna in this deal. Gives you a 40-man spot right there. Now you're really close as far as value here. I think you'd still have to include one more piece in this deal, like a Santos, like a Bradford. I think you'd probably include Tiger in this one. Maybe Bratt if you don't get the Kenley Jansen deal. As far as Finnegan, what would he cost? Nationals, we're looking Major League roster. We're looking relief pitchers. They're not going to go after Chafin again. But Finnegan, he's not going to cost you pretty much anything. Rangers, they probably want the Nationals to pick up the 2.6. So you include the 2.6 to go to the Rangers. Increases the value that you're getting to 3.6. You go back to the Rangers. I think, again, you're talking Mitch Bratt or somebody along those lines. I think for this trade, though, Finnegan is valued a little lower. So I think they could probably even go a little bit less. So at that point, you could even include a older starting pitcher, like older pieces like a Dustin Harris, clean up some of your logjam on your roster. Ezekiel Duran could make some sense. Foscue could make some sense. In fact, I think Foscue could be the piece there. You clear off two pieces off of your 40-man roster. You bring in Finnegan. I think they'd still want more in return, though. So say you take out Harris, and instead you put Corniel. He's not having a great year, but I mean Finnegan isn't having a great year either. Trying to remember how good of a year he's having with the Nationals. All-Star selection show happening right now. Lock in. Okay. We'll check on the results of that here in just a moment. But as far as his numbers, 243, 18 saves, 5 blown saves. Ouch. Rangers have been doing a high wire act in the 9th, and this would be more of that same kind of a thing. So I'm not willing to give up anything of note for Finnegan. But if you're looking for a closer, you could do worse. Things suck about Clase going to Texas. They had him. True, but remember, Kluber was supposed to be the beginning of the veteran starting pitcher that they were bringing in to solve the issues. Remember, the reason why DeGrom is here is because Kluber didn't work out. If Kluber had worked out, they probably would have gotten a long-term deal done with him. Obviously, Kluber basically was done after his time in Cleveland, and the Rangers got the very last productive inning basically from him. I think the Yankees got him after that at some point for a few more innings, but his career was effectively over after his time with the Guardians. The trade at the time was Delano DeShields and Emmanuel Clase, and Clase at the time was a really good high leverage guy for the Rangers, a seventh, eighth inning fireballer, kind of like how we view Mark Church right now. If Mark Church was able to come up and be a productive seventh, eighth inning guy who could throw 100, 102, get a lot of strikeouts, that'd be the type of player that we traded at the time for what we thought at the time was a guy who was a former Cy Young winner who could be an ace on this staff. And unfortunately, one inning into his career with the Rangers, it was over. And that trade obviously did not work out. Now, injuries are injuries. That trade didn't work out, so that's why you bring in DeGrom. That's why you bring in Eovaldi. That's why you bring in Andrew Heaney. That's why you bring in John Gray. That's why you bring in all the bullpen arms that they did. And, part of the reason they did all those things is because Kluber didn't work out. So in a way, yes, you lost Clase in the deal, but it also gave you clarity as an organization for where your priorities needed to go in free agency for starting pitching, those kinds of things. And that kind of really solved the issues for Texas. Heel, if I'm the Rangers GM, I'm calling the Rockies and saying, what do you want for Jake Bird? It sucks to be realistic. Just because they're terrible doesn't mean they're going to give away their best relief arms. So kind of keep that in mind as well. But as far as what the Rockies would want, I don't really want Jake Bird anyway from the Rangers. He kind of fits the description of what the Rangers already have, lots of, and that's middle relief options. I want a high leverage closer who can come in and lock things down in the ninth. We saw last night the high wire act Robert Garcia did. We saw previous games, same result for Garcia, same result for Martin, same result for Armstrong. Pretty much anybody they've tried in that closer spot, Jackson, has struggled at one point or another. They want somebody with consistency that can lock it down in the ninth. 1, 2, 3 innings. We're talking 2 strikeouts, maybe a walk, and that's it. 2 strikeouts and base hit and that's it. But not these 2 walks, a base hit, bases loaded with nobody out in the ninth, and then you have to go to another guy to lock it down. That's the thing I think Bruce Bochy and the Rangers would really like to solve before they get to August and September, is add in a truly proven elite level closer. Helsley was the guy that they had been mentioned to the most often in the offseason. Duran as well, and I think they will add one of those types of closers. Let's check in on the game real quick, see where we're at. We left off in the top of the fourth anyway. Looks like Walker struck out, Diaz struck out, and then Hummel flied out. 1, 2, 3 inning. 2 outs here in the bottom of the fourth after a fly out for Conforto and a ground out by Kim. 1-1 still in the fourth. Let's check out that Twins score. I think that game went final now. It did, 7-5. Both teams tacked on one more run since the last time we checked. But the Twins, 4 games under 500 now. Let's see if they've updated the standings yet. Not as of yet. But they'll drop to 4.5 games back of the final wild card spot. Say they finish 500 the rest of the way until the All-Star break. I think best case scenario, they're still 4.5, 5 games back of the final wild card spot. I do think that final wild card is going to separate a little bit here. I think the Mariners are good. I think they need more offense. I think pretty much the 3 teams that I see, the Seattle Mariners, Red Sox, and Rangers, I think those are the 3 teams I think are going to separate themselves from the Angels, the Twins of the world. And then you have the rest of the sellers, the Royals, the Guardians, the Orioles, the Athletics, and the White Sox. So to me, you have kind of tiers. Your top tier right now in the American League, I would probably put the Tigers in there and the Astros. The next tier, I'd probably put the Blue Jays and Yankees. The next one, I'd probably put the Rays, Mariners, Red Sox, and Rangers. The next one, Angels, Twins, and then the final, the absolute sellers, Royals, Guardians, Orioles, A's, and White Sox. Let's see if they got any announcements here on this one. Looks like Rhys Hopkins suffered a grade 2 thumb sprain. Saw that injury. Sucks for him. All right. Now let's look at some other numbers. So we were talked about some pitching. What about guys who have, taken the ball in the ninth? Who's been the most locked down that could be available if you're looking, like the Rangers are, for one of those elite level closers? Estevez has been given the most opportunities along with Suarez. Both guys could potentially be available. Both guys are signed for more than 1 year, so they're going to require some return. Both of those guys are also making money, which could be an impediment to a trade. But both guys only have blown 3 of them. As far as their numbers, very similar whip, very similar average. I'd say Estevez probably been a hair better in both of those categories. Walks, relatively reasonable. ERA, definitely in favor of Estevez. Home runs, Estevez given up 3, Suarez only 1. Very similar innings count. Further on down the list, Hoffman not going anywhere. Hader, Munoz not going anywhere. Finnegan, blown 5 of them, but given a fair amount of chances out there in Washington. Couple of home runs. Walks are tolerable. Strikeouts are a little low for what you'd hope for from a closer. Whip and average are not bad. Megill for Milwaukee ain't going anywhere. Same thing for Scott. Clase, number 9. 4 blown saves so far. 1 home run allowed. Helsley, very similar year so far, but he's given up 4 home runs. Those guys are not on the same, having as good of a year anyway as those top guys we mentioned. Heel, I just can't wait for next year to have the same discussion on how the Astros are going to fall apart again after Valdez leaves, and it's just routine at this point. True. I mean, it's what's going to happen. I can already see it now. Astros aren't going to spend the money to keep him. They're not going to bring in a top free agent to solve the issue. Pagan, Miller. Pagan's not going anywhere. Miller could be had if you give up the farm and then some. Bautista's another name that could be available. And he's only only blown 1 save. Bautista could be the value here. Because of the injury, his price is probably slightly depressed from where it should be. He's, to me, a kind of one of those borderline top-end closers at this point. He's just outside of that group that includes Clase, Duran, players of that ilk. Hader. Aroldis Chapman, if they sell, I think would be a great option. I think there's a good fit for Texas if they try to go that route. They need somebody who strikes people out. 53 Ks in 36 innings, only 1 blown save, a .78 whip, a .14 average. He's been dominant. Like we're talking Aroldis Chapman in his prime, dominant. Duran, 1.56 ERA, 2 blown saves, 40 innings though. Twins haven't given him many opportunities. .45 strikeouts, in 40 innings, 1.12 whip, less than 200 average. Really good closer. Fairbanks was mentioned as an availability this offseason. I doubt that's a type of trade that gets done this year, though. Let's check in on the score once again. Dubon flied out. Short, 2 for 2, double into center. Very nice. Looks like Paredes flied out to third, or flied out to right and allowed Short to get to third with 2 outs now. 1-1 in the top of the 5th. Let's go ahead and do another trade here. Talked a lot about the Red Sox. I think things could get really interesting if they decide to sell some pieces at the deadline, if they're worried about people signing long term. I think that's the only way things get moved. Bregman is the leader of that group. Aroldis Chapman having a great year. Their season will be decided after the All-Star break, not before. Let's just kind of show you where they're at with their schedule. So they got the Rockies coming up. Nothing's going to tell them anything about their season against the Rockies, especially at home, unless they unless they lose at home against the Rockies. Tampa, I would expect them to probably split, maybe go 3-1 against them, and then they go into the All-Star break. They're probably going to have a 5-2 record in their last 7. So they'll probably go in with tied with the Seattle Mariners, or at least close to it. If they lose, say, 2 of those games against the Rockies, 2 of those games against the Rays, they're probably going to be sitting a couple of games back, just like they are now. But then you look after the All-Star break. You get the Cubs for 3 on the road. You get the Phillies for 3 on the road. You get the Dodgers for 3 at home. You get the Twins in Minnesota as you go to the deadline. I think you'll get a good inclination by the 23rd of where this team is going to go. Are you going to have a big trade deadline show? Absolutely. We will be live pretty much the entirety of that day. We'll start early. We'll probably have a few of them before that as well. Kind of our longer lives that we do. But say you're the Red Sox, you go into the All-Star break, you're pretty much right where you are now if you go into the All-Star break struggling. They won 3 straight. Got Colorado coming up. I think they just played the Nationals and beat them all 3. About to get the greatest team of all time, the Rockies. I don't know about that. But I mean, if they do, this conversation gets a lot more serious. Because right now, if I had to put odds on it, I would say even if they don't get an extension done with Bregman, the chances of them selling Bregman or Chapman at this point, I would probably put it 5-10%. Say they struggle going into the All-Star break. That conversation changes rapidly. Say they're 3 games back at the All-Star break, when right now they should probably be making up ground going into a series against the Rockies and then at home against the Rays. They should go into the All-Star break with a little bit of a win, a winning record anyway. Right now they're a game above. They should probably be on their last 10 anyway. They should be going 7-3, something like that. Or they should go 5-2 over the next 7 games versus the Rockies and Rays. But if they struggle and say go 3-4, not out of the realm of possibility, but then they're say 3 games back of the final wild card, then you're going into a series against the Cubs, the Phillies, the Dodgers, and then the Twins to decide your season. That's when your conversation gets a lot more interesting. That 5-10% chance of Bregman getting moved if he doesn't get extended, I think jumps to say 30, 35, 40% at that point. Still more likely than not that they keep Bregman and they try to extend him. But I think if they go into the post-All-Star break anyway with kind of a troubling record against the Rockies and Rays, then you struggle on the road against the Cubs and the Phillies, then I think that noise gets a whole lot louder in Boston over what you're going to do with Bregman. At that point, I'd say you're getting close to 50-50 if you struggle both before and after the All-Star break. If you're not at least breaking 500, maybe a little bit better than 500 beforehand, I think those conversations are going to get louder over the All-Star break. And then say you come out of the All-Star break and drop the first one on the road against Chicago. It's going to get deafening there. So the Red Sox could get very interesting, but nothing to report there yet. I think the conversation's still premature as far as talking about what package could be there. But if they did become available, if those pieces did become available, what would a trade look like? Well, the Rangers, again, they can't take on this salary if they're trying to stay underneath the tax. Chapman, same thing. So say you go down here. Who's got a bad deal that could go the other way for the Rangers? Who's got a bad long-term deal? Rafael, no. I want a bad contract. Who's got a bad surplus? Trevor Story, a little too much money. Yoshida gets you about 16. That doesn't necessarily offset enough. Hicks, not enough. Bueller, I think you could still get a positive return for him at the deadline. Maybe Hicks. Nah, it doesn't make sense to expand that trade to more than what it was. Okay, so if we go over to the Rangers, let's throw in the money first. Say we throw in the 12 and say 16 mil to the Rangers. That's a lot of money. Rangers take on the two option years for him if he does pick him up. If not, you try to get the extension, blah, blah, blah. But you get this deal done. What would it cost you? You need 20.6 to eat 16 million, though. Usually you're talking a 4-ish wins, or 4 million per mil that you're taking back. So let's see what the calculus looks like here. Boston's going to want probably not an outfielder. Josh Young probably would be the ballast in this deal. I would try to not include him. I would try to include Berger off the Major League roster, because I don't think the Rangers are willing to give up on Young yet. Bratt could be an arm for them, but that's not going to get you anywhere close as far as value yet. You need a centerpiece of this deal. Rosario would probably have to be that centerpiece. You give up 2 starting pitchers, 1 injured, 1 not. And then maybe Cawley to the Red Sox. Minor overpay, that's okay. Taking Chris Bryant when taking bad contracts. Yeah, but bad contracts that do something. Chris Bryant doesn't do anything. Let's update here and see if anything, nothing there. Check on the game. Looks like Myers walked, and then Altuve popped out to end the inning. Rushing popped out for the first out. Ruiz just flied out to center. 2 outs as we go to, 2 away in the bottom of the 5th inning. Check in on a few of the other scores from around the league. Rockies 6-4 currently with the bases loaded against the White Sox. Very nice for them. Royals opening up some offense a little bit against the struggling Arizona pitching staff. If Arizona, say Arizona drops this game against the Royals, they're 2 games under 500 with a roster that's underperformed, injured, and expensive. I would expect the Diamondbacks to try to offload a little bit of salary in the form of Gallen, in the form of Naylor, pretty much anything that's not nailed down for another 4 or 5 years, and try to retool around the deadline. Not saying they'll give up those pieces for non-major league returns. They might even do like a major leaguer for major leaguer deal. In fact, we could even do a Josh Naylor deal here in just a second. Seattle still scoreless as they go to the bottom of the 5th. Looks like all the other games are final at the moment. Cubs and Cardinals currently in a delay. Oh, 2 on Ohtani here as he fouls one off. Chris Bryant doesn't do anything well. You're not wrong. Well, I mean, it's been years since he's even been productive as a hitter. He doesn't even provide you the veteran leadership anymore. He struggles even in the leadership categories with that Rockies team. I mean, why did Colorado do it? I just don't get it. There was no plan in place. Kind of ripped him a new one for making the move originally with Arenado, and then basically giving the money they saved on Arenado to Chris Bryant, putting him right back in the same hole, except now you're paying Arenado and Chris Bryant, and you have no way of getting out of either one of those issues. That and the fact that Bud Black was uninspiring as a manager there. They weren't shaking things up. They weren't adding talent. The GM and front office there had done nothing for a decade, basically. Pops this one out behind third. And, nope, it's caught. And Ohtani is out. I think he's 0 for 3 now so far. Yep. Ohtani drops to 0 for 3 for the day as they go to the 6th, tied at 1. Okay, so let's look up Josh Naylor first for the Diamondbacks. Almost clicked the Guardians. He's not there anymore. Naylor, how is he doing this year? He's hitting 300. Wow. I thought he was hitting lower than that. That's good. 10 home runs. That's a little lower than what I'd expect, though. On-base percentage is pretty solid. 10 steals. That's surprising. 56 RBIs and 817 OPS. Lately, he's hitting 261 with a slug of 435. Welcome in, Nando, the Los Angeles Pop-Ups, yeah. They've done that a lot today, though. Thank you guys for joining us. Just crossed our 2 hours on our live today. Going to watch a little bit of baseball this afternoon while we talk some trades. You love Naylor, but he might be pricey. Well, we'll get into his value here in just a second, but I want to look at where his numbers are at first. Last 15 games hitting 291. Last 30 games hitting 319. So recently is when he's really kind of struggled a little bit here. Just to kind of get a track record for where he's been and where he's going to likely finish. 23 was probably his best year, hitting 308. 120 games. Slug of 489. Last year the numbers came back a little bit to the field, but it played in 152. Best home run output last year 31. This year significantly below that pace. His power numbers aren't nearly as good as they were in Cleveland. Could be accounting for the ballpark differences. Could be playing for in the division differences. I'd say Texas is playing as the worst ballpark in the game. So if Texas were to go for Naylor, I'm not sure his power numbers would improve going from Arizona to Texas, especially when Texas and Arizona have very similar ballparks as far as, indoors, as far as the turf that they use, all those kinds of things are all very similar. In fact, I think the Rangers went to Arizona when they were building their ballpark to get clues for how to build theirs in Texas. Both the Astros and Dodgers are struggling to score, Nando. Yes, they are. Yes, they are. All right, so let's see what his value would be. We talked about Naylor quite a bit in our videos. Let's see what his value actually is according to baseball trade values. We're looking majors. We want to look at guys about to have an expiring deal. All right. Zach Gallen, of course. I would imagine he's on the market. As far as an ace that could be available. Thinking of a team like the Cubs or the Mets that would be trying to take advantage of the Diamondbacks struggling and see if they can pry him away, especially after the Diamondbacks gave that money to Burns last year to kind of stave off their needs in free agency this coming season. But Naylor, 3.5 value, $5 million as far as what he's owed the rest of the way. You have Eugenio Suarez as well. I don't think you'd be able to do a stack like that, though. Trying to remember, is Jordan Montgomery out with an injury? I think I'm remembering that correctly, as Montgomery had an injury before the year. Just a name that caught my eye. Anyway, but let's go with Naylor here. Let's pull up the Rangers, because that's probably the most commonly linked team to him. So say you do a Naylor for Berger trade. I think that would be a very good starting point for a trade. Diamondbacks get a piece that immediately plugs back in, not nearly as good as Naylor, but with the cost control, certainly fits the timeline of the Diamondbacks better. Now, the Rangers would want the Diamondbacks to eat, what? What is he making, 4.5? So let's say they get the Diamondbacks to eat 4.5. I'm sure Diamondbacks would love to save money, but if they can get a better return, I'm sure they would do it. Let's go back over to the Rangers. What would they give up? I keep saying this one, but Bratt makes a lot of sense. But say you included him in one of the trades for one of the closers. Santos makes sense as kind of the headliner prospect. And then you go really cheap on the last piece of this deal. Say you go for a Brylan Morrell or a Weems. Validate it. Post it. So there's your trade to the Rangers. Naylor basically for free because you're giving the money. Diamondbacks get a player to fill the lineup, still stay competitive in the NL wildcard race. Santos is close to coming back, but pitched very well in Double-A, I believe, last year. Kind of like how Mitch Bratt is viewed this year, is how Santos was billed last year. And then you get a 20-year-old outfielder to hope and pray upon. Now, as far as what they gave up for Naylor, I'd probably say this is a very comparable deal. Berger's value has depressed since he was traded from the Marlins. So if he's able to get back to where he was with the Marlins, this certainly would be a win trade already for the Diamondbacks. But this could be the move where you, with a 300 average, if you're the Rangers, looking at Naylor, you'd probably pencil him in. You'd probably have Smith 1, Seager 2. I think they'd probably leave Simeon 3. 4, you currently have Adolis, and as long as he still performs like he has been recently, you leave him 4. You put Carter or Langford 5. I'd probably put Carter 5, Langford 6, Naylor 7, Higgy or Heim 8, Young 9. Not bad. Or if Young doesn't come back, then you move, Smith over to, third base. You've got Naylor over there at first. Your DH probably is Peterson at that point, hitting in the 8-9 spot. You may still try to make another addition at that point, but this is the type of trade that solves one of your DH or first base issues with Naylor coming in. Eugenio Suarez was the other name we saw. What could be a trade that works there? Like I mentioned, I think the Rangers are a better fit for Eugenio Suarez anyway because they are looking for power. And he's really the only guy of any power that's on the market. What is he making anyway? 6.8. So you include 6.8 going to the Rangers. His value balloons to 12.2. So what could you get if you're the Diamondbacks? You could try for Josh Young, but I doubt they would try to do it. You could probably go for an Osuna, but I'm not sure you want outfield pieces back. Osuna. Maybe a Bradford. Maybe. Actually, no. Take Bradford off. Maybe a David Avillo. I think that would probably get the deal done. So Eugenio Suarez goes to Texas. Plays either third or DH for them. And this trade would basically still give them the ability to go after a closer and another bat if they wanted to. Let's check in on the scores real quick, see if anything is happening. Uh-oh. Danger. Cam Smith strikeout. They did a pitching change anyway for the Dodgers. Christian Walker lined out, 2 outs. Diaz double. Hit by pitch for Hummel, and then a single. Station to station running there, though. So bases loaded, 2 outs in the top of the 6th for Klein. Do they go to the bullpen here? We'll see. Score is still pretty much the same here. Strike one, leave Klein in there. Kind of surprised. Short is 2 for 2 on the day, too. Maybe they just see the 9-hole and are like, hey, we'll see if we can get him one more batter. Another called strike. Fastball this time. Both of them working the outside corner. Foul ball, curveball down at the knees. Still 0-2. Let's see if Klein can pull off the shutdown inning here. Misses outside. 1-2. Bases loaded, 2 outs, top of the 6th. Houston and Los Angeles tied at 1. Both teams playing with abbreviated lineups to a certain degree today. Dodgers resting Smith today. Teoscar Hernandez as well. Astros, meanwhile, without Alvarez in their lineup, of course, with injury. 3 straight balls now by Klein. He's in danger of walking in a run. Yikes. Fouls it off, still 3-2. Offense hard to come by today for the Astros and Dodgers. Same could not be said for earlier in the series. Runners will be going with the pitch. And they do walk in a run. Ouch. That's got to be it for Klein. One batter too many, I think, for Klein. And the Astros take the lead 2-1. I think the Astros are pretty comfortably in front in the division right now. I still think there's a good case to be made for them to still win the division or end up as a wild card. I don't think there's a pathway for the Astros to fall out of the postseason right now. Eight and 2 in their last 10. Looking to sweep the Dodgers here. Check in on a few of these other scores here. Looks like Vesey is coming in. All the other scores still the same. Okay. Let's go ahead and do some more trades here. Let's have some fun. Now, the Braves, as I mentioned, are a team that should be selling after they got swept at home by the Orioles. 11 games under 500. It's just not realistic for them to still say, oh no, we're not selling. We're trying to drive prices higher because we're saying we're not selling yet. You can't say that anymore. I think the writing's on the wall that this is not a good team this year. Profar is not going to be eligible for you in the postseason either. And so the Braves are going to be open for business. So we'll start with the team that's on the Major League roster. What do they have to work with that they can sell? Basically, you always start with the guys that are about to hit free agency. Osuna is the obvious one here. Let's see what his numbers look like right now. Because I think he would be a very good option for a lot of teams. Braves and Osuna. He's 34, right-handed hitter. Honestly, for Texas, that might work out a little bit better. But he's only hitting .238 this year, 11 home runs. So the power numbers are about the same for Naylor, but he's not getting on nearly as much. Naylor, of course, the left. Osuna, the right. Hitting .125 in his last 7, .167 in his last 15, .159 in his last 30. You ain't getting anything for him at this point. He's got to have a little bit hotter, couple weeks going into the trade deadline if you're going to move him. So that takes Marcelo Osuna out of the equation. Let's check in on this game here. Vesia taking over, bases loaded. Astros just took the lead on a bases loaded walk off of Klein by their number 9 hole hitter in Short, who's having a great day, 2 for 2 with a walk. Scored a run as well. He's been great today. But Paredes is up there, 2-1, as he looks at ball 2 there. I think base hit here might put the game out of reach, even for the Dodgers, who, like I said, are playing well this year, recently anyway. But they just seem to have their struggles with the Astros here. And I do like the Astros bullpen. 2-2. If you get the shutdown here from Vesia with the bases loaded, I think you're still in the game. But if you give up, say, a bases clearing double, or a single that scores a couple, that might push the scoreboard a little past where the Dodgers might be able to catch up today, because it does seem like it's going to be a very low-scoring affair. 2-2. Fouled off, and we'll do it again. We'll finish up our Braves discussion here in just a second after this inning is over. If you guys are new here, be sure to hit that like and subscribe down at the bottom of the video. It means a lot to us. Turn on your alerts when we do go live. We cover Major League Baseball quite a bit here, but we'll also dig into the NBA free agency, which officially opened its doors today, and Kevin Durant is now a member of the Houston Rockets officially. And gets a swing and a miss, strike 3. Nice work by Vesia. A little bit of a miss, though, by Dave Roberts, not going to him a little bit sooner. But either way, gets the job done. We go to the bottom of the 6th, 2-1, Astros in front. All right. Let's go ahead and check out the rest of the values here for the Braves, as I expect them to be sellers here at the deadline. Your expiring deals. Montero could be had. I don't think he brings a lot to the table anymore as far as a trade, but if you're giving him away, maybe. Raisel Iglesias is a proven closer, even with his ups and downs this year. You eat that contract, you might be able to get, say, a decent pitcher out of it. Bummer's got a year left after this one. Not exactly a lot of value on the market, though, especially with that contract currently. Chris Sale's the one we've talked about quite a bit. His value is only 2.3, but say you pay down, say, $10 million of that, you could get yourself a borderline top 100 guy. If you pay down the majority of that deal, you could certainly get yourself a top 100 guy, and maybe then some if you trade away Chris Sale. Other pieces, this is where I think things could get really interesting if you're the Braves. Is their issue for the Braves is they haven't been able to do anything financially now for a while because they've got their guys pretty much locked up. And the advantage of getting their guys locked up is now they have their guys on cost-controlled contracts for years. Riley, 7 years after this one. Olsen, 4. Strider, 4. Harris, 7. Murphy, 4. Acuna, 3. Baldwin, 5. Schwellenbach, 4. Profar, they just signed 2 more. Sale, another year. Holmes, 4 more years. Lopez, 2. Albies, 2 more. That's a lot of value tied up for years to come. But if they wanted to save themselves some money, there is so little offense on the market. They could put any one of their hitters on the market right now, and they would easily be one of the best 2, 3, 4 bats available. Devers, I said, was probably the best bat that's going to move at the deadline. Bregman has a chance to be that next guy, depending on how you view him, if he's better or worse than Devers offensively at the time when Devers left Boston. But Riley could be right in that same conversation. Olsen could be right in that same conversation. Acuna could be in that same conversation. And I wouldn't say the chances are 0 that all those guys are with this team or are not with this team next year. So Acuna, for instance, he's had some issues with the coaching staff and the front office before. He's got 3 years left on his deal after this year. On a cost-controlled contract, whole bunch of value. You could get yourself maybe 2 top 100 pieces and maybe a borderline third one for Ronald Acuna if you traded him at this deadline. Matt Olson, I think, at a position that's not exactly valued the same as it was long ago, but certainly still one of the top 5 at his position. His offense is coming around. Austin Riley with that cost certainty, but if you wanted to get out of that deal, third base is really devoid of talent at the trade deadline this year. You're talking Eugenio Suarez, Nolan Arenado. Austin Riley would jump to the front of that line if he became available at the deadline. Again, this is an interesting time for the Braves. They should be selling at this year's deadline. All right, let's check in on the game, see if anything is happening as of yet. It's going to be Betts, Freeman, and then Pages. Betts flies out to center, and Freeman is behind 1-2 here after fouling off the changeup. He's 1 for 2 in the game so far. Freeman having another solid first baseman year. He was, again, replaced by Matt Olson out there in Atlanta, who, again, we just mentioned. That could be an interesting move for the Braves if they wanted to offload some money. That could be one spot they could do it. Little lazy flare out there to third, behind third anyway. And Freeman is out. Pages 0 for 2. Two-way Gusto so far, only 1 strikeout, but through 5 2/3, he's kept the Dodgers in this high-flying offense to 1 run so far today. Dodgers not playing all their blue-chip pieces today, obviously having injury issues as well. On the pitching side, got a nice 5 innings from Sheehan, but unfortunately Klein coughed up a run, and the tie ball game went the way of the Astros so far. Baez having a nice year, 291 average this year. And pops it out once again to first base there. As you say there, Nando, the Los Angeles pop-ups. Heel, Iglesias, Osuna, and Profar to the Rangers. Well, remember, Profar can't play in the postseason. He was suspended for PEDs. So if you're trading for Profar, he's only going to play in the regular season. He's going to sit on your bench the entire postseason. Osuna's not playing well. He's hitting 159. He's kind of in the same spot Josh Young was when the Rangers just demoted him. I don't see that happening unless Osuna turns it around here before the deadline. And Iglesias gives them a good option for the back end of the bullpen, but at the high price, you'd want better performance. And I think there's better closers out there. So while those 3 guys, in theory, should help the Rangers, Osuna's hitting poorly, Profar's not going to be available, and Iglesias isn't having a great year. So out of those 3 guys, I would want none of them if I'm the Rangers. If I was trying to make a trade here, Braves are selling. Rangers are buying. Rangers want to add. Rangers is what I keep hearing is one of the more active teams in negotiations. Yankees looking for third baseman. Those are probably the 2 teams that we know are defined buyers. And then the Mets, of course, looking for an ace. Cubs looking for an ace. Dodgers pretty happy with what they got, but might be looking for opportunities on the market or to steal somebody away from another team acquiring him. Seattle looking for some offense. Heel, I know, but it would be to prepare for next season, kind of trade and take advantage of the situation if you get traded. I love Profar as a player. If you guys didn't catch my rant before the season began, Profar was one of my favorite players as a Rangers fan. I was a little disappointed in the PED suspension, I'll put it that way. Was very happy for how he performed last year. The issue came over the offseason when he was training or recovering, or I forget what the story was as far as why he was taking it this offseason, but that was when you get the suspension and the test, and he failed, and then he gets suspended after playing like a week into the season with the Braves, and now he's back and not able to play the rest of the year. Or able to play the rest of the season now that he's back from suspension, but ineligible for the postseason. But as far as a piece for next season, the only way I think Profar would make sense for a piece for next season is if you're trading away a guy like Justin Foscue, a piece like Hellman, a piece like Duran, and none of those pieces move the needle for the Braves to move on from a player like that, who's not going to make a difference this year. Rangers are looking for pieces that help them this year, not take up 40-man roster spots until we get to the postseason. So if I'm the Rangers and I'm looking at this roster, let's look at, say, Matt Olson, for instance. They were connected to him before he was traded to the Braves. What kind of year is he having? Now, this is, I want to kind of frame in the framework of a Josh Naylor. 267 average, 857 OPS, and he's certainly starting to heat up based off of the performance we've seen over the last couple of games. Last 7 days, a couple of home runs, hitting 370, a 667 slug, hitting over 500 slug in his last 15, over 500 slug in his last 30 games. He's going to cost a pretty penny if you're going to go after him. He's also going to cost money to be able to acquire him as well. And Atlanta isn't exactly looking to take on salary to eat the money. So if you're going to deal or do this type of a trade, you're going to have to get somebody else to eat some salary here. So let's go ahead and do the trade. I'm going to expand it to a 3-team because, again, I don't think the Braves would eat the money. 16 mil is what the Rangers would have to cough up as far as value. A team that might be able to eat some salary that's in a sell situation would be the Angels. Okay. So this year, he's making what? I forget what Olsen's contract is. Let's check on the game real quick. Looks like Taylor Trammell came in. Struck out. Now Altuve is behind at 1-2. Top of the 7th, Astros leading 2-1. My C on my keyboard does not work very well. I think I need to get a new one. Either that or just break the key off and then I can push directly on the actual sensor there. Anyway, his payroll this year is 22 mil. So right now you're looking at remaining salary. He's got what, probably about half of that, so $11-12 million left on that salary this year. Not too worried about the salary next year if I'm the Rangers, but this year I'm worried about it. So I got roughly $3 to $4 million to play with after trading away Leody Taveras. So we'd have to get somebody to eat $9 million or offset the salary $9 million somewhere. Okay. And you're still going to have to come up with 16 value and then some to make it worth it for the Braves. So I think Jake Burger's the easy replacement, solves their financial issues, and gives them a first baseman going forward if you're the Braves. Doesn't move the needle for you to do the trade, but at least gives you somebody to fill in right there. Now you're going to want somebody to come in and play for you. You could go for Osuna. Gives them a major league bat, low cost, that they could then figure out what they want to do with their left field position. Profar could be your everyday shortstop next year. Osuna could be your left fielder. Could be a nice fit. Rangers free up 2 40-man roster spots to allow for another piece to come in. That makes some sense. So far, Rangers are $11 million in the plus. Now, the farm system's a little light for the Braves. To me, they need pitching going forward. So say you put DeVio in this deal. I think that gets you there from a talent perspective. But remember, I think you're going to have salary going in here. So you're $8 million, maybe 7 after you include Berger in here. So if we're looking 7 more mil, Dreiling might be the piece I'd be willing to move. With the draft coming up, you could probably replace his spot in your farm system. Let's check in on the game. Altuve grounds out. Smith grounds out. Bottom of the 7th we go. Conforto, Kim, and Rojas coming up. Astros winning 2-1. Trying to build some trades while we're talking some baseball as well. Checking out the game as we go along. So again, $7 million. If you include Dreiling in this one, I think you get the deal done. I think that Olsen would be a big enough difference maker to make it worth it. That basically mean the pieces that you traded away for Berger, in addition to Ozuna and DeVio, equal Olsen. Johnny, man, I hope the Astros can hold on to the win. I think they will. Offense seems to be a little tough to come by in this game so far. Good thing for the Dodgers is Gusto's now out. He's been great for the Astros today. Give him 6 innings of 1-run ball. Conforto looks at strike 1. Be sure to hit that like and subscribe if you are new here. Follow us here at the Upside, on X at UpsideSN, and on Facebook, Upside Sports Network. Turn that little alarm bell on. That way, anytime we do go live, you will be notified. Covering our first game of the year as we kind of do some trades, gear up for the MLB trade deadline, a little over 3 weeks away from now. We will be live all day on trade deadline day. Three and 1 now on Conforto, as getting a little wild here. I think that one's above the zone. I can't see it at the top there. Looks like he grounded out to short. 1 away. Anyway, kind of finishing off this trade here. The reason why I've got this expanded to a 3-teamer is because the Angels, I think, are going to include cash in this deal. Jansen makes some sense as the closer that could come back as well. The way they've got their rules set up on here, though, you have to include the salary from the Angels players. You can't exactly do it the other way. Johnny, on your shorts, you wear your contacts. No, I just take off my glasses. I just have my phone basically right here, and I do my live. I got my live on here from the big camera. I use my phone with the glasses off for the other, because the reflection, just with the phone being closer, the reflection off the glasses is just too much. I would do Josh Young and something else for Jarren Duran. I'm sure I would too, but I think the Rangers want to hold on to Josh Young, even in a Duran type of a move. There's no spot for Duran on this roster anyway with the outfield. Right now your outfield is Garcia, Carter, Langford, Ozuna, and Haggerty as your 4 and 5 outfielders. And then you still have Harris and others in the minor leagues. You bring in Duran, you're probably moving, Garcia out in another trade? Not saying I wouldn't do that, but as of currently constructed, you're not bringing in Duran for that. Now, if you make a trade or you move Garcia to, say, DH, that would be another possibility, but I think there's other needs for the Rangers first before Duran. They don't necessarily cost as much. Duran would cost way too much as far as acquisition cost to bring him in. Kim goes down on strikes here. It'll be up to Rojas to do anything here for the Dodgers in the bottom of the 7th. But I appreciate you watching the short there, Johnny. It means a lot if you guys, join the channel, that you guys support us, watch the shorts. Really do appreciate that. So thank you very much. 2-0 to Rojas. Kind of having a middling year, 250 with a 690 OPS. And another fly ball to center. And that's going to do it for the Dodgers in the 7th. We go to the 8th, 2-1 Astros on top. All right, let's kind of finish up this trade talk here anyway on Olsen. Again, about $7 million is what you're going to have to eat. The Braves, I think, could do that, but I don't think they would. I think they'd want somebody else to eat that money. So the only other way to do this, to save that money if I'm the Rangers, is to offload salary. John Gray, Molly's sitting there. You're not trading either one of those, I don't think. Higashioka you could trade, but he's not going to do enough for you to do anything. I'm sure San Diego, we had a San Diego fan in here, was willing to take him. I don't think that does enough either. Jock Peterson, if you can offload Jock Peterson's money, that'd be fantastic, but nobody's going to take Jock Peterson at this point. Now maybe you could offload Dunning and some combination of, Higashioka, maybe another one of these lower cost pieces. But I don't think you're going to be able to offload any other contracts per se that don't make sense. Gray would be the only one, and nobody's going to trade anything of value for Gray. So let's take this back down to a two-teamer. Say you get the Braves to chip in, not a lot, but say you get the Braves to chip in, I don't know. Say you get them to pay $4 million. Right? So now you can get one more decent piece from the Rangers farm system. Rangers would still need to find a way to offload a little bit more salary. So around that $4 million price point, you could get a Drake. You could get a Santos. I think Santos would make a lot of sense for the Braves. You hope Josh Hader is available. He's not. Are you saying available for today's game? That I don't know. I'd imagine so, though. Looks like Tanner Scott coming in. Now, if you're the Braves, would you do this trade? You give yourself all kinds of financial flexibility for next year and next offseason. Berger takes over for you guys at first base. Yeah, I think so too, yeah. Rangers would need to cut about $3 million more from another trade. But just kind of conclude the conversation on the Braves and if they sold here at the deadline. The other piece that they have to sell is Ronald Acuna Jr. Now, I don't think they would trade him to the Mets or a team like that, but a team like, say, the Cubs, they're all in on this season anyway. Say you give Ronald Acuna to the Cubs. I don't think they need an outfielder, but we've seen weirder things happen. You'd probably have to include Rojas, Horton, who just made his debut, I believe. I still don't think you get there even with the Cubs. Let's do a different team. Who else would make sense for a big trade for Ronald Acuna? Yankees would make some sense. Blue Jays make a lot of sense, but they don't have the pieces. Brewers would never do it. Dodgers could do that kind of an all-in trade right now for no reason. You got a home run, Christian Walker, 3-1. Yikes. Astros extending their lead. Looks like this one's going to go the way of the Astros. Because what sane person is trading Hader is available for trade? And talking Joe trade. If so, I'm. For now, yes. I hear you. Thank you, thank you. All right. Waiting to see if they'll put that video up here. Oh. There's that home run. And another one. Yikes. This game is over. Back-to-back home runs. This game is sadly over. I didn't think the Dodgers would be able to muster more than a couple of runs today with the lineup that they threw out there. It just seemed like the Sunday getaway game where nobody wants to play and you're just waiting to go home and just relax for the enjoy your quote-unquote weekend, also known as your early game because you're in LA. So right now it's 3 o'clock on the West Coast. So you get out of there. It just didn't look like this was a game that the Dodgers wanted to win. Don't get me wrong, I'm sure they want to win them all, but to me this was not a day where it looked like the Dodgers were overly worried about the result of the game. More as keeping everybody healthy, getting everybody their playing time, putting in a good effort, and whatever the result is, we'll live with it, whether it's a win, lose, or draw. But this one is definitely out of hand at this point. 4-1, it's over. I already broke them out. You can go ahead and break it out. Game is over. Now, if this was October, I'd say hold on. But this ain't October. This ain't a team that's ready to push the medal down that far yet. Not on a Sunday. You just get those teams that are known for playing well on a Sunday but not well the rest of the week. It's because the other teams are usually resting on that day, whereas the other team's trying to salvage a bad week by getting one good win before the week is out. We've seen that a lot with a lot of losing teams. For some reason, will have a great day game record on Sundays, but yet they finish 20 games back in the division. I know the Rangers had that opposite problem where they had a great record when they were in those 2010, 2011, 2012 teams when they were going to the World Series. They were always great during the week, and then on Sundays, for whatever reason, if it was a day game, they just did not get up for the game, and that's kind of what I think I see right now from the Dodgers today. All right, so other teams that could be in there for a crazy type of a trade like this. Mariners need offense, and they have prospects galore. You have cost certainty with Acuna. How much is he making again? 58, and he's got 3.5. So that roughly equates to what? 50 million next year, the following year, and the year after that. This year he's got 8 million left. That's something the Mariners could afford, and they're willing to add payroll at the deadline. Not a lot of payroll, but some. Now, if I'm the Mariners, you already have Rodriguez, you have Raleigh. You put Acuna in this lineup. This is a lineup that could really sing here. Now, what would you want in return? Emerson makes some sense. I for sure would want Montez. Shortstop I certainly would want as well. And would I go for Colt Emerson? I think I would as the headliner of this deal. And then I'd still try to get one more decent piece out of it. Like a Sloan. Something like that. 104 to 92. I'd probably still need a little bit more going back the other way to Seattle to make it make sense. So say around, I don't know, $4 or $5 million piece. Allen, no. Elder, no. Let me see. Who's on the majors that has some value here? Stratton. Sale, no. Osuna, no. You could take Osuna and his money this year and just see if he becomes anything. If not, you cut him. Nah. Take out the pitcher. Let's go a little cheaper on the pitcher here. Logan Evans, no. Jeter Martinez, and Walter Ford. Sarah, welcome back. Appreciate you joining us. Heel, you think the Dodgers would have shown a lot more fight in this series, though, but instead the Astros beat them worse than Sugar Bears of a diabetic. Oh, my. I like that one, Heel. I'm so happy Brendan Donovan going to the All-Star game. Absolutely. He is deserving. So here's our rosters. Let's take a look. Your starters we kind of already knew. Raleigh, Guerrero, Torres, Ramirez, Wilson, Judge, Green, Baez, Hearn. Your pitchers for the American League. Hunter Brown, no shocker. Bubic, he's been great. Araldis has been great. Crochet has been great. DeGrom has been very, very, very good. Fried absolutely in the Cy Young race. Hader's been great. Kikuchi's surprising. Munoz deserving. Skubal's deserving. Shane Smith I got to look into, but I think he's the reason why the Tigers bullpen has been far better than I expected. And Wu for the Mariners. Absolutely deserving as well. Position players. Aranda absolutely should have been along with Guerrero, the 1-2 there at first base. Bregman's deserving offensively, but he's been out for a month. A little bit surprising he's got enough playing time to qualify here still, at least in the eyes of players, etc. Buxton's been great. He should have been the starter in the outfield. Chisholm's been good, not great. Kirk, accurate. Quan, accurate. Lau, accurate, excuse me. Pena, is he going to be healthy? We'll see. Rooker, I don't know about Rooker. And Witt, absolutely. Julio Rodriguez, I guess so. Okay. National League, Will Smith, Freddie Freeman, Ketel Marte, no shocker there. We already knew about these starters anyway. Machado, Lindor, Acuna. Acuna with a very low game count, surprising he got the nod for the vote anyway. PCA, Tucker, and Ohtani. Good, good, and good. Okay. Pitchers, Jason Adam, absolutely. Matthew Boyd's been good. Diaz, okay. Gore, yes. Kershaw, he's been very good this year. Peralta, I suppose. Ray, okay. Rodriguez, okay. Chris Sale's been good. Skeens has been great. Logan Webb, okay. Wheeler and Yamamoto. Not a bad mix for these pitchers. I'm not exactly mad at that. And then the backup position players. Alonso absolutely at first base. Corbin Carroll, tough luck injury. Goodman absolutely as the Rockies representative. Ellie, Brendan Donovan, Matt Olson, Stowers. Suarez absolutely. He should have been the third base as well. Schwarber, Tatis Jr., and Wood, he should have been starting over Acuna. Position players, I actually like the group that they did. I don't think I would change anything there. Pitchers, I might change one or two on the NL side. On the AL side, I might change one of the position players, maybe Chaz Chisholm, and I might change Kikuchi, but I need an Angel in there, I suppose. Is he just the Angels representative? Because every team has to be represented. And then Shane Smith. Or excuse me. Yeah, Shane Smith for the White Sox. I guess. You're saying Dave Roberts looks angry, huh? Strikeout, fly out, and a single. And then Paredes struck out with Trevino on the mound. So they go to the bottom of the eighth. It'll be Rushing, Ruiz, and Ohtani. I imagine they're going to pinch hit for Ruiz here with Teoscar. If they don't, this is definitely a white flag type of a situation for them. Getting close to the end of the game here. Brian King coming on. Rushing drove in the only run of the game for the Dodgers earlier on a double. Let us know in the comment section what you guys think of the rosters for the All-Star game. I'm not too big on the All-Star game, but I think it's just recognition for the players more than anything else. I'm not really worried about who gets to play and who doesn't. For instance, DeGrom is the Rangers contingent there. I'm not worried if DeGrom actually pitches on the American League side for the Rangers, just to kind of showcase what the Rangers have been doing this year. It's a celebration of what the players have been doing. So, for instance, if DeGrom didn't get into the game, I don't think it's any less significant than if he did. So, we'll see. I thought Eovaldi had a chance as a pitcher, but when you look at the players or how they decided to allot those roster spots to get those represented for the Angels and the White Sox on there, you can see how the roster crunch came down for pitchers. And I'm sure there'll be some injury replacements and guys who start on Sunday before the All-Star game, how they're going to be pulled and they'll bring somebody else in. And then some of these guys like Eovaldi, some of the other, very close to deserving players could get bumped up to the All-Star roster. Sarah, I'm going to the Braves versus the Cardinals Saturday here at Busch. That'll be good. Braves should be deciding pretty much for sure what they're going to be selling. I would have already decided by now. They do not look like a good team. For the Cardinals, I would have started to try to move on from Helsley before the All-Star game. That way I could focus on trying to find a better solution for Arenado and then see if somebody else latches on to the closer role and maybe I could sell another bullpen piece. But I think this is a year for the Cardinals where they need to kind of retool a little bit here. Not saying that they're going to give up on their wild card or even division aspirations, but this was not a year where they were looking to do those things. This is a year where they were figuring out which pieces were going to be there for the long term, and I think they've gotten some good answers on a few of their spots there. But giving some more playing time to Sagassi, giving another guy a chance at the closer spot, I think is probably the best case scenario for the Cardinals. As Rushing gets a base hit to left field, and it will be Ruiz. Is this a white flag scenario for the Dodgers? Not bringing in Teoscar Hernandez to pinch hit here. A little bit surprised. It is a lefty on the mound, I suppose. Looking for starting pitching and a right-handed hitter there in Cardinal land. I'm not sure how serious you guys are about any of those rumors that we've heard, though, about them looking for those things. I think they're more likely going to trade from their depth. Maybe do a little bit of buying and selling. Now, if it's a controllable piece, I could see them doing that all day long. Say they're, a piece like a Matt Olson, like I mentioned, for the Rangers, not just for this year, but for years 2, 3, 4. Could be an interesting fit there. Foul ball. 4-1 still. Astros lead in the bottom of the 8th inning. Mozeliak said it today. We'll see. I still don't necessarily buy any of that talk. Mozeliak said that in years past as far as pieces that would be a good fit for them and in trade deadlines past, and they've done nothing. Oh, we got some news. The Nationals have fired GM Mike Rizzo and manager Dave Martinez. I saw Dave Martinez's firing coming a while ago. I'm surprised that it took him this long. As far as Rizzo, surprised that he's being fired at all. I mean, he's got a great relationship with the ownership there. Apparently not so great anymore. As Ruiz strikes out swinging for the first out here in the bottom of the 8th. But it's a new day there in Washington as they have moved on from their GM and manager. With their upcoming free agency, or this upcoming offseason, I thought this was a great time to have a GM like Rizzo there, who has a great relationship, a great working relationship with Scott Boras, who's going to have a lot of those top-end free agents that they're going to be trying to get this year. Maybe it's on the ownership level where they're having those negotiations, and Boras mainly deals with ownership in that way. Boras does like to work with owners in general as far as getting his players top dollar. So maybe they just felt comfort as far as the ability to maintain their ability to lure top-end free agents that are Boris clients, even with the loss of Rizzo. But Dave Martinez is let go. Nationals right now are 37-53. Guarantee the Nationals will be selling anything not nailed down. 0-2 currently against Ohtani here, who's 0 for 3 in the game today. And make it 0 for 4 as he takes strike 3. He has not looked good today. Not every day can be a 3-homer game for him. He is the Babe Ruth of our time, but he's still going to have his off day, and today looks like one of them. Mookie Betts had a 1 for 3 days so far. Having a decent season, 250 average, 717 OPS, but nothing to write home about as far as career averages or anything like that. A little bit below average. Heel Roberts should be mad at himself for putting 60% of pitchers on the IL. Do you know what happens to managers who don't take accountability? Dave Roberts, you just made the list. Making me think of Chris Jericho there. Base hit here by Betts. 2 on. Tying run coming up here with Freddie Freeman. Braves have a chance. But as far as, the Roberts being responsible for these players going on the injured list, it's nothing to do with Roberts. I think it's more about the front office trying to keep these guys healthy as we go to October. I don't think they're necessarily worried about their availability for a game in April, May, June, July, August, or September. I think they view that their deep farm system gives them the ability to bring somebody up from the minors to give them at least experience at the major league level on a contending team, to allow their younger players to establish themselves and get some more value and make them even more valuable trade assets or more valuable pieces of the organization should they decide to bring them up at some point, like a Dalton Rushing. There was some conversation at the trade deadline last year about Dalton Rushing being the tradable guy that could go out last year at the deadline. Dodgers held on to him, kept him, and he looks even better this year. Now we'll see what happens at the deadline this year, or if this is just a short-term call-up for Dalton Rushing this year, or if he's the long-term answer at catcher or the backup catcher spot for the Dodgers. Mound visited over, and Freeman takes a strike on the outside corner at the knees. 0-1. 4-1 Astros lead it here in the bottom of the 8th inning. Dodgers last and best chance right now. Betts 2 for 4 on the day. Rushing 2 for 3 on the day. The best hitters for the Dodgers so far today. And another strike. 0-2 now to Freddie Freeman. You're thinking of Abreu for the 9th? I think so as well at this point. Fouled away and remains 0-2. If you guys are new here, be sure to hit that like. The thumbs up at the bottom of the video means a lot to us. Participate in the chat. Let us know where you're watching from. Let us know some of the names that you thought would have made it to the All-Star game or didn't. Let us know who you think is going to be traded at the deadline or who you're hoping to be traded. Or let us know where you're watching from. Just say hi. We appreciate you joining us. We'll be live again tomorrow night. Probably be live around 9 o'clock, so be sure to join us then for updates on the firing of Dave Martinez and Mike Rizzo as Freddie Freeman lines out to end the 8th inning, and that's it. That's probably all that's all she wrote here for the Dodgers. They trail right now 4-1 as we go to the 9th. It'll be 2, 3, and 4. Trammell up for the second time today. Altuve and Smith for the Astros. All right. There's the update there. Nationals fire their president of baseball operations, Mike Rizzo, and Dave Martinez. Martinez looked completely overwhelmed recently. Basically had no answers for basically any strategy point in the game about 3 weeks ago. There was some national talking heads talking about how it looked like the writing was on the wall for Martinez. I thought he would be gone by the All-Star break for sure. I'm just surprised they didn't get it done sooner. The Orioles, for instance, need to kind of jumpstart their ball club earlier this year, and they made the decision to move on from Brennan Hyde, even though the issues they had were injury related and poor performance on the pitching side. Hyde is the manager, and ultimately he's responsible for getting the best out of his players, I suppose. But you still see the talent there on the Orioles. It's still showing through. The offense was going to be the thing that carried them through. This pitching staff was going to be a little bit light, and that's kind of been the formula since he left. The offense is starting to come around. Team looks a little bit better. Not that they're going to make the postseason, but they're playing better. The Nationals, meanwhile, have no answers here. There's nothing that you're pointing to besides James Wood or C.J. Abrams and saying, hey, those are long-term pieces for our future. You have some good assets to work with. Mackenzie Gore, the pitching staff, looks like you have some good arms to work with there. But on the position player side, you certainly are going to be big spenders in free agency. There was a thought that Vladimir Guerrero Jr. could have been a player for them next year. But unfortunately, he's signed long-term now for the Toronto Blue Jays. So they're going to have to find another player to fill the hole there. Kyle Tucker comes to mind, Alex Bregman, any of the top flight free agents next offseason are going to call Washington about the availability, about a chance to sign there. They do sign big contracts. We've seen that year after year after year after year with Scott Boras and his relationship with the team. So we'll see which direction they go this offseason. But Nationals have clearly decided that this year is going to be it for Rizzo and Martinez. Thanks for the World Series. Appreciate you for all the memories. Don't let the door hit you on the way out, especially for you, Dave Martinez, after the issues we saw on the field in managing this ball club over the past month. Rizzo, meanwhile, with his relationship with the front office, I think could be coming back at some point down the line as some type of a consultant emeritus or whatever, just kind of a Nationals royalty. But for the Nationals, I don't think Dave Martinez will be returning in any capacity after how his tenure really ended. All right. Let's check out the game here. Looks like Bandit is on to get the final 3 outs for the Dodgers on their side of things. Trammell 1-1 here in the top of the 9th. Altuve due next as he swings and misses at a strike or as a ball below the zone for strike 2. We'll be live again around 9 o'clock tomorrow. Looks like Mike DiBartolo, according to Jeff Passan, will take over as interim GM for the Nationals. Tomorrow night we'll probably be watching a couple of games while we're doing our live about all the headlines around Major League Baseball, checking up on the national situation, any trades that might be percolating before the All-Star break, as teams try to adjust their situation, try to fix their spot in the standings. Little grounder here to second. For the out. 1 away. Johnny, I don't understand why the Astros are playing Trammell. He pinch hit for Myers. I imagine it was either an injury issue or a right-left situation. Haven't heard any news on the injury front, though. Oh, boy. Make it 5-1. Altuve cranks the first pitch he sees, and it's now a 5-1 ball game. Now you don't even need to use your A bullpen. You can probably run out, what was his name? I'm trying to remember who the Astros just used. King. See if King can give you one more inning. J.J. Weatherholt is playing in the Futures game? Absolutely. I remember him from a lot of the draft shows. Preseason draft prospect rankings as well. Popped out to right here for Smith. Finishes the day 0 for 5. Yeah, break out the brooms now. I think you could have broken him out at the 6th. Dodgers had something working there in the 8th, but it just didn't look like a day where they were interested in winning the game. If they were really interested in winning the game, they would have started their A lineup, and they didn't do that. Day game after a night game, I get it for your catcher, but you still want his bat in the lineup, and instead of doing that, you still have Ohtani, of course, in there as the DH spot. But you can move around this lineup a little bit. That and, of course, Teoscar not playing today. Grounder to second here. And that's going to do it for the Astros here in the top half of the ninth. We go to the bottom. It'll be Pages, Conforto, and Kim for the Dodgers in the bottom of the ninth. Altuve's had an unbelievable series. Yeah, he's starting to heat up anyway. Let's just kind of complete this thought anyway of the Braves selling off here at the deadline. If you really wanted to get crazy and really capitalize on the value, that's the trade we kind of came up with earlier. We'll validate and post it. Let me go to my account and let's go to the profile and show you some of the trades we've kind of been working on today. We started looking at kind of Emmanuel Clase and what it would take to get him. The Rangers are looking for some a high-end closer. So you trade an outfielder to the Guardians who need offense, a pitcher who's able to pitch this year, and Rosario, top 100 guy, injured, but top 100 talent going to the Guardians for an elite closer. Yankees, they go after a number 2 starter behind Fried. They get Joe Ryan. In exchange, they give up Lombard and Jones and 3 young starting pitchers who never were really going to do anything for the Yankees anyway. So the trade essentially comes down to Lombard and Jones for Ryan. We did that trade again right there. Kenley Jansen to the Rangers, basically for free for Mitch Brad, who's having a great year at Double-A. Probably do that one if I'm the Angels, offloading a decent season for him. Somebody asked about Finnegan, so that's kind of what his value would look like if the Rangers got him for free. Nothing really moving the needle for either club, honestly. To me, I wouldn't do this trade if I'm the Rangers. Finnegan doesn't move the needle enough for me to make it worth the deal. This would be kind of your Alex Bregman trade. If the Red Sox didn't get an extension done, they stumble into the All-Star break, stumble even worse coming out of the All-Star break. Things look bleak as far as them being able to get an extension done, so they just say, hey, the heck with it. We'll get Berger back to solve our needs at first base. We'll get a pitcher who's having a good year at Double-A. We'll get Rosario, a top 100 guy. And Chapman, who's having a decent year, but not a whole lot of value. We basically get a middle infield prospect, and then, of course, we include the cash to get all of this to happen. Basically buying that top 100 guy. We had some questions about Naylor and Suarez, so what would it take for Naylor? Rangers, again, don't have money to really take on the cost, so Berger goes back the other way, as the Diamondbacks aren't wanting to sell here at the deadline. Keeps them competitive for the wild card. Meanwhile, they get Santos to kind of help them out relatively soon for their rotation. He's a Double-A pitcher who's injured right now, but is looking like he'll be back here relatively soon. Let's check out game day, see if their game is going. Yep, it is. 2-1 here. Looks like Abreu is indeed coming on here for the ninth. Takes strike 2. 2-2. Last chance here for the Dodgers. Sarah, we can go ahead and do that Cardinals trade here in just a moment. After the game finishes up, we'll watch the ninth here together, and then kind of go through a Cardinals trade, break down the rest of the trades that we went through, and then probably call it an evening. Got some videos already set up in the queue for you guys coming out this week. Swing and a miss, and one away here in the bottom of the ninth. Dodgers down to their final 2 outs. It'll be Conforto next. Oh for 2 with a walk. Takes strike 1. Conforto hitting 173 on the year. Safe to say they aren't getting their money's worth, or at least what they hoped to get out of him when they gave him that deal. 0-2. Appreciate you guys joining us. Be sure to hit that like and subscribe if you are new here. We'll be live again tomorrow breaking down all the latest baseball trade rumors as we gear up for the MLB trade deadline. We'll talk a little All-Star game tomorrow as well with the rosters being announced. See who ultimately gets replaced on that roster as injury replacements or guys who pitch on Sunday and then they're pulled out of the All-Star game because they're unavailable to pitch in the game. Those kinds of things. Conforto an automatic out. You aren't far off. You ain't far off anyway. 1-2, and Conforto gets a base hit out there to right. Good on him. I like Brendan Donovan to the Texas Rangers. I think everybody would like Brendan Donovan, don't get me wrong, but he ain't going anywhere. Cardinals might sell a couple of pieces. Donovan is not one of them. He's a fan favorite there. He's invaluable to what they do offensively. Now, there are some players who I view in a similar light to a Brendan Donovan that could be had for a similar impact. We'll get into some of those tomorrow night as well. Kim takes strike one here. And strike two quickly behind 0-2. One away. Bottom of the ninth, 5-1. Astros lead it. Do they try to stay out of the double play and send Conforto? Fouls it off. Looks like he got a pretty good secondary lead on that one. Rojas due next. Swing and a miss. Second out of the inning as Kim goes down on strikes. Down to their final out. Astros looking to go 20 games above 500 if they win today. Heel, I wouldn't say it's a very low chance. I would say the chances are 0. Well, you can't say 0, I suppose. We saw Luka get traded for the Mavericks, so you can't really say 0 anymore. But, I mean, it's effectively 0. The Rangers aren't going to offer up Walcott, and Jack Leiter and Kumar Rocker for him. So, But in this world where Luka gets traded for a top 20 player but injured all the time and Anthony Davis and a first-round pick, you never know. Just out of curiosity, can you check Verlander's value for the rest of this year? I can, but the Giants aren't going to be trading him. Remember, they added here at the deadline. They're looking to add some more. They wanted the legitimacy that Verlander was going to give them, and he has. 2-1 after the swing and miss here by Rojas. Dodgers going to have to string a few hits together here to make any chance at a comeback. Got 13 of you guys with us right now, so be sure to hit that like and subscribe. If you guys have enjoyed talking some trade deadline, I invite you guys to check out the whole video while we were watching the game. 2-2, Dodgers down to their final strike here. Abreu trying to close it down for a Hader tonight. And strike 3 takes it all the way there, and that ends the game. 5-1, Astros are the winner, and they go up 20 games above 500 today. Dodgers just didn't really look interested in the Sunday afternoon game out there in LA, and it really showed with the lineup that they threw out there today and their interest in playing the game today. The starters that were out there just did not look overly invested in the outcome, the win-loss record of the game. So overall, game is over. Check in on a few of the other scores from around the game or around baseball today. Cubs and Cardinals about to get underway. Baltimore completed their sweep of the Braves today, 2-1. Red Sox 6-4 winners over the Nationals. Phillies 3-1 over the Reds. Blue Jays continue their winning ways, 3-2 over the Angels. Guardians drop another one, 7-2, giving up 6 runs in the 10th inning. Yankees in their losing streak, 6-4 over the Mets. Brewers 3-1 over the Marlins. They went to extras in the Rays and Twins game today again, and Rays were able to scratch across 3 runs. Twins were only able to get 1. They win 7-5. Rockies 6-4 winners over the White Sox, the worst team in the league bowl there. And then the Royals were able to shut out the Diamondbacks in Arizona 4-0. Seattle did get the 1-0 win over Pittsburgh. Just the offense kind of grinding to a halt here for Seattle recently. Everything except for Cal Raleigh has really started to slow down offensively. That's why I'd expect them to try to get something done offensively. But we shall see. Just for the meme. Okay. Is David Robertson still a thing? It is. He is still available. He will probably sign with somebody around the trade deadline. I would expect somewhere around the All-Star break in a week or so we start hearing his name pop up once again. But as of late, I haven't heard anything in about the last month or so for him. All right. Appreciate you guys joining us. Be sure to hit that like and subscribe if you are new here. You got, go Rockies. Who's trying? Okay. All right, so let's kind of finish up our talk on these trades that we did make during the day today. The prices for kind of Naylor and Suarez, so you can kind of see what the value would have to be. If the Diamondbacks were looking for a first baseman back, so they wouldn't necessarily be selling on the year. They'd be selling on the value of Naylor while getting a long-term player in Berger back and a couple of pieces for their trouble. Meanwhile, the Rangers, I still think the Rangers and other teams are more likely for Suarez than, say, a team like the Yankees, who have been in the national media over and over again as far as a team that might be a fit there. But the power number is really what the Rangers are looking for. That's why they made the trade for Berger, the signing of Higashioka and Peterson, and they've got nothing for any of those three moves. Suarez is the most powerful hitter that's productive this year that's available, and so I'd expect the Rangers to try to register some significant interest in him. Last year, the Rangers finished 18th as far as home runs last year. They said they wanted to improve in that category. Well, this year they sit at number 20, so they're going to try to add some power at the deadline this year. The last couple of trades that we did work out were if the Braves, which they should do, is sell at the deadline. If they want to free up some money on their books for the next few years, capitalize on some value of some pieces. Olsen certainly knocking the cover off the ball. Rangers have to cut a little bit more salary off of this deal to make it work, or to make it work to stay underneath the tax. But they get Olsen, a long-term answer for them at first base. Berger goes back the other way, gives them a cheap first baseman for the next couple of years for Atlanta. Atlanta loves that kind of a thing. Santos, of course, comes in, gives them some depth at pitching. Osuna gives them somebody to play left field next year, with Profar probably taking over as the shortstop every day next year. And DeVio, another guy who's having some success at the AA level. So Braves get depth on the pitching side. Now, the even more unlikely one here is Ronald Acuna. If the Braves decided to capitalize on his value still has 3 years left on his contract after this year. Incredible contract that he did sign. Mariners need offense. They absolutely do. And this would give them 3 pristine prospects in exchange for Ronald Acuna. Braves basically reset their clock here. They get a long-term answer at short. They get a long-term answer for Acuna in the outfield in Montez. They get somebody who can play up the middle if Albies is moved here in the next year or so as well. And then they get a couple of depth starters there. So not a bad move overall. Johnny, hey Michael, remember Thursday I told you Astros, Dodgers probably going to be really good? Yeah, sadly it wasn't that great, unfortunately. Astros did put together a few great games. Dodgers, unfortunately, just did not show up for a couple of these games. The route that they had in Game 1 of the series and then the game today just looked like they were uninterested. And it is the 162. I mean, it is the dog days of the summer, getting into August and September, so it is tougher, I guess, to play in the heat, all those kinds of things. But it's in LA. It's an early game out there. They didn't put their best lineup on the field, and it showed in the effort on the field as well. I thought they could have done a little bit more, and unfortunately, it looks like they kind of mailed this one in today. Some days you're going to have that. It is a 162-game season. They'll be back at it soon, and hopefully they can play a little bit better. But the Dodgers today just look like a team that's ready to get everybody healthy, get through the season, and just see where the chips land when they go to October. If they're a wild card team, so be it. If they're a division champion, so be it. If they have the best record in baseball history, so be it. They aren't necessarily worried in that, but we shall see. Man, you sound like a diehard Dodger fan. I certainly am not. I have not been a huge fan of the Dodgers. I've been pretty hard on their depth as far as pitching, especially over the last several years. This year they look like they have all the depth that they could want, and they're kind of just cycling guys in when they need them. Certainly would love to have these guys stay healthy, absolutely, but they certainly have the depth to be able to weather any of their injuries, and as you can see, they have the best record on the National League side right now. And even with all their injuries, they look like the best team in baseball. I am a Rangers fan, second favorite team, probably the Twins, third. some combination thereof of the Cubs and Braves. And Dodgers never really entered the equation for me. Boston, I remember when the Red Sox broke the curse. That was the night I actually won a championship in kind of little league stuff, and so that was kind of a big day. It was also was it full moon eclipse? It was an eclipse, I believe, when the Red Sox won the World Series that year. So I have some faint feelings towards the David Ortiz Red Sox days, the Jason Varitek days. But other than that, my fandom is Rangers, Twins, back to the days of TBS, the Braves, and then WGN, the Cubs. But my Cubs fandom was more from Sammy Sosa, Rafi Palmeiro, etc. But, all right. So, Sarah, I told you we would do a trade for the St. Louis Cardinals before we head out today. So let's go ahead and do that. I'll go ahead and do a buying trade here for you. Since, like you said, maybe Mozeliak is right, and they're going to go out there and add a hitter. Maybe they'll add some starting pitching. Let's go ahead and do the starting pitching, because I think that's going to be the price that they might be able to get a lot more palatable for what they're looking for. So, let's not necessarily look for a selling trade. Actually, I just thought of one that's a buy and sell for both teams. Cardinals, they trade Helsley, who's going to be an expiring deal. I'll do another one after this. It's just one that just popped into my head. Rangers save the money on Gray. They have very good working relationship as far as getting deals done between the two teams. Cardinals would need another piece for the long term. So we need what? $3 million? $2.5? So you could include Bratt. I'd probably include Tiger. Not sure how good of a year he's having. Let's take a look. High A, Hub City, 2.9. Strikeouts, he's playing well. But in High A, Bratt has a better prospect status because he is in Double A and doing similar things. Tiger could do even better next year, but gives them somebody to work for or to look forward to for the future there. And the trade that went with the two teams the last time worked out really well for the Cardinals. They got Sagasi and Roby out of it in exchange for Montgomery. The Rangers got a World Series out of it. The Cardinals, meanwhile, got two usable pieces for their future. Let's validate it and post it. So there's kind of your buy and sell for both teams. Rangers lose depth out of their starting rotation with Gray. Rangers, meanwhile, get the closer. Cardinals get a starting pitcher for the second half who's going to be fresh and have all those innings available to him, and a prospect out of it for a player that's probably not going to be a part of their long-term future unless they get an extension. I think Helsley's price in free agency is going to be out of the ballpark for what the Cardinals could afford. Let's go ahead and do one more. I told you we'd do one more. Cardinals, and this will be just a straight-up buy. We're looking for some starting pitching. Angels don't really have much. Astros, no. A's, you could go for Severino, but no. Blue Jays, they're not selling you starting pitching. Braves, they could give you a starter. That could be one spot. Brewers, if you want to do interesting trades and do a Freddie Peralta trade, but again, that's in the division, a little tough. Cubs aren't going to be trading with you. Diamondbacks, you could go for a Gallon here. You could go for a Kelly. Would make some sense. I would probably go for a Gallon first, so let's say we do something like that. Just to kind of see what his value is. Whoops. Need to go to the Diamondbacks for that first. Starting pitching. Value. Gallon's value is about the same as what Gray was with the prospect. So I'd expect a similar package the other way. Let's go from the Diamondbacks and keep on going here. Dodgers, they ain't trading you anything. Giants need starting pitching. They ain't trading you any. Guardians don't really have any to trade. Mariners, too valuable to trade. Marlins have some starting pitching they are looking to move. Sandy Alcantara is not that expensive anymore, and they have come together on trades in the past. Could they return him to St. Louis? Do the Cardinals have the pieces to make it work? Remember, they're looking 20 and under position player pieces coming back. Say you trade Rodriguez as kind of your centerpiece, gives them a catcher. 13, it might be a little rich. Let's go with Padilla. That makes sense. Then you go with Bernal. That's the 4th catcher in your system. Gets you close. I still don't think it's worth getting Sandy Alcantara, but gets you close. 20-year-old position player pieces. Who else makes the bill here? Starting pitcher, outfielders. You could throw in both of these guys. Lottery tickets for the outfield. Validate it. Minor overpay. It's going to have to be for Alcantara. Would I do this if I'm the Miami Marlins? Probably not. Would I do this if I'm the Cardinals? I would probably say yes. Hank, no matter what, there's always an upside, Sports Network. Appreciate you for joining us once again. About to hit our 3-hour and 30-minute mark of this live. We did watch while we were kind of doing some trade talk anyway, we did follow along on the Astros and Dodgers game. I don't necessarily think that trade will work, though, for the Cardinals. I think there'll be better offers on the table for his services. So let's do another trade for the Cardinals for you, Sarah, and this will be more of a legitimate one. Mets, they're not trading any starters. Nats, not really. O's, you could probably get a starter from the Orioles. They're not pitching well, but you might be able to get one. Padres, if you wanted to free somebody out of there, you probably could do so. Phillies, no. Pirates, not going to happen unless you get Keller, but I don't think it's going to be worth it for your trade. Rangers, we just did that one. Rays, maybe Rasmussen, maybe Littell. Littell gets a very similar trade value to what we did for the Gray and Gallen. Reds, they ain't trading you any starters. Red Sox, same thing. Rockies, no. Royals, Seth Lugo makes some sense. He's having a good year. Just to kind of look at what his numbers look like for the Royals. Lugo's pitching to a 2.65 ERA, 95 innings, 83 strikeouts. That's pretty solid. His last few games, 38 innings in 7 games, a 2.11 ERA. That's pretty good. Keeping the walks somewhat down. Strikeouts are solid. This is a pretty good get for you. So if you get Seth Lugo, what would it cost you? Maybe Lorenzen as well. Get a stack of those two guys. Not sure how much Lorenzen would move the needle for you. Gray and Libby. They're going to want some offense back the other way. Somebody who's on the majors, who's not hitting well, who still has potential. Siani, Baker, Jordan Walker. Is he literally a 0 trade value for you guys now? Wow. That's interesting. Let me pull up, see if he's even on here. No, he's not. Very interesting. His value has descended that far. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. So you could do something like Jordan Walker. Maybe a Michaelis to get off some salary, I suppose, and give up to make up the difference there. There you get you're basically eating the contract of Lugo for this year and next. Even though he's having a solid year. Giving up Michaelis, giving up his salary that's left on his deal too. I don't think it would work. Go back. I don't like that deal. I think they would need a little bit more. If I'm the Royals. You get Lugo. Maybe the trade of Michaelis, you put in Lorenzen in this deal. Give another major league arm back. What kind of year is Michaelis having anyway? I'm guessing not well. Ew. Those are some scary numbers. Get his game logs real quick. 6 ERA last month, even if you exclude the 8-run performance, 6 home runs against the Cubs on Independence Day. He still had a 6.5 ERA the month before, 3 in the month of May, and a 5 ERA in April. Not having a good year. Now for Lorenzen, as kind of the salary ballast coming back, basically you're saving the money in the roster spot of Michaelis to bring in Lorenzen. They look so similar. 4.5 ERA. He's not pitching great either. But in small stints, we saw how well he pitched for Texas last year. Just to kind of show you, when he was with Texas, he pitched very well. Pitched even better for Kansas City. I could see him being deployed in a very similar role for the Cardinals and helping them out. All right, so Walker is your piece going to the Royals. You got Michaelis going to the Royals as well. Take him off. Now your trade is fairly close here. Now the Cardinals, I think, would need to add about a $1 million piece. Low cost addition. You give up the competitive balance pick. Royals love those. Basically gives you a late second round pick, essentially the equivalency of that. That's a better trade. Cardinals get 2 arms that they can use. One that's a sub-3 ERA. Lorenzen probably going to be a sub-4 ERA once you utilize him in that bullpen role or spot starter role that I think he'd be best at. Also can pinch run and pinch hit for you too. I'm not sure if he's thrown and hit enough games this year to be able to qualify for that though. Anyway, or to save the roster spot anyway. But Royals basically eat the rest of the contract for Michaelis for you. Take him off of your 40-man. You get Walker, who doesn't have much value left for the Cardinals at this point. He's still only 22, so he still has a future. But the Royals do this strictly for the competitive balance pick that they're getting. Now, would you give up Lugo for the competitive balance pick straight up? I'm not sure I would. So if I'm the Royals, I may want more. And Walker would be your complete lottery ticket. The only reason why you do this trade if you're the Royals is if you're internally are still really high on Jordan Walker's future. If you're not high on Jordan Walker's future and you're just taking him as a flyer, this deal is probably a no. Heel, in my dream deadline, I want Suarez and Naylor for the Rangers. If you're getting both of those pieces, if you're the Rangers, one, Diamondbacks have to eat some money, period. Two, Berger has to go out in that trade, or Peterson. Peterson goes, hallelujah, but that's not going to happen. So Berger would have to go in that deal. You're probably giving up Osuna. You're probably giving up one, maybe two pitchers who are having really good years at Double-A to get those deals done. And I think you could get the deals done and still have room to get a true, high leverage relief arm back there. Juan Yepes wouldn't be a bad get for the Rangers, and he would be super cheap. He doesn't move the needle for me, though. Okay, let me see. Let's do... Who haven't I done a trade for that has been in our comments section? Let us know in the chat if you want us to go ahead and do a trade for your favorite team. Let us know what team that is. I'll go ahead and do one. We'll stick with you guys for another probably 10 minutes, maybe. Been live for 3 hours and 35 minutes so far, so be sure to hit that like, subscribe, join us tomorrow for our live tomorrow as well. We'll dig into all the latest news and rumors around the All-Star Game rosters being set today, the fallout from the Nationals firing their GM and manager, trade deadline coming up, All-Star in a week. Lots and lots and lots of news out there. We haven't really done one for the Cubbies. Let's go ahead and do an ace level trade. If I'm looking for an ace, who could be that ace? Just to kind of show how unreasonable a Paul Skeens trade would have to be. 130 value. Do the Cubs even have anything even in that ballpark? Pete Crow Armstrong? No. You're not trading Bush. Shaw, you'd probably have to include in the deal. Say you included Shaw, and Rojas, and Horton, and your future catcher. How close did they get? You're still 40 away from value, so that's not going to happen. Just to show you guys how valuable Paul Skeens is on the market, even if you wanted to, you weren't worried about the trade within the division, you're still 40 short of giving away your most valuable pieces if you're the Cubs. All right, let's keep it going. Who's the next team? Angels don't really have an ace to trade. You're not getting an ace from the Astros. A's don't have one. Blue Jays don't have one. Sale from the Braves, Peralta from the Brewers, but you're both fighting for the crown. Cardinals don't really have a number one that you'd be willing to trade for. Diamondbacks, you got Gallen, that's a possibility. Dodgers, no. Giants, they're not trading anybody. Guardians, no. Mariners, you could probably get one from, but they're wanting to compete this year. Marlins for Alcantara, we just did a trade there to show how difficult it was to match up value now with the depressed value around Alcantara. Well, I'm an Astros fan, I know, weird, and we are looking for an outfielder and a pitcher. Can we get Taylor Ward? Yes, I think you could. Taylor Ward, I think, is actually a decent get at this trade deadline. If we don't see a guy like Bregman or Naylor or Suarez or Acuna or Olsen or any of those other pieces that we've been talking about, I think Ward is in that next layer of players that could be moved, that could be a solid player on a contending team. So, for instance, the Astros, they're just looking for a proficiency out there in left field. You put Ward out there in left, and then you have a much better, deeper lineup going into a postseason series. I would like that for them as well. Stevie, welcome in, welcome in. Any news on the Giants? Well, they did make their trade for Rafi Devers a few weeks ago. They're still looking for depth now that they traded away from their depth in that starting staff. They are looking for pitching right now and still looking for Rafi Devers to get it going more than anything else. But that's kind of where your Giants are at right now. In fact, we can do a Giants trade here in just a few minutes. But just kind of show you for the Cubs, if you're looking for an ace for the Cubs at the deadline, Marlins, Alcantara, you're not going to get anybody from any of these other clubs that's going to be ace quality. Now, the Padres, you could make an interesting deal with here, I think. Let me see. I'm trying to remember if he's healthy or not. I just can't remember if he's healthy. 18 starts, a 4.62 ERA. Yikes. 4.7 recently. Doesn't really do anything for you this year. So Cease isn't doing anything to help him in free agency. What about King? Didn't he go down to injury? I think he did. Yeah, he went down due to injury. What else could you go for a starting pitcher? If you're looking for an ace. Gallen probably the most likely out of those options. The Rays, you got Rasmussen. I mean, they're looking to contend, absolutely, but if they can get a nice penny for him, his numbers are declining over the last 7 games, so maybe you capitalize on his value right now while it's at its highest. He's been a top 10 pitcher for the last 2.5 years when healthy. Majors, starting pitcher. 21, he's got 2 years left on his deal. I think this could be a case where they try to capitalize on his value. They've been trying to trade Littell as well, so maybe you get your number 1 guy in Rasmussen, 1 loosely there. To me, he's more of a number 2 because I need a better pitcher for my number 1. But either way, Rasmussen and Littell come in and they take the ball for you in a postseason game. Those would be the 2 guys I would try to get out of the Rays. Now, if I'm the Cubs, what would I give up to the Rays? Well, I don't even want anybody off of my Major League roster, and I'm not really willing to give up Horton in this deal. Valencia. Casey could be the first piece that kind of helps out in the outfield. Amaya as a catcher. They have Balestros, though. Kelly is signed for this year and next, I believe. Yep. Melendez. Say you throw in the shortstop to kind of give you a lottery ticket. What value are you at? You need 10 more. Wasn't Trianos another piece that's had some interest in days gone by? Yes. He probably moves to an outfield or second base spot once you move on from low if you're the Rays. I'd still want more. But if you take out Little, maybe that's enough to get Rasmussen. So if you leave him in there, say you put Wiggins in the deal, maybe. A little bit of an overpay, honestly. But that's probably what it's going to take for a quote-unquote all-in team for Chicago. Heel, you should make a top 10 players you expect to move this deadline and show us where you think they go. We can do that this week. Just kind of off the top of my head anyway, names that I expect to move. Got to look at the teams that are, selling. I'd say O'Hearn for sure will be moving from the Orioles. That's definitely going to be one of the pieces there. I'd say there's a good chance Pham moves from the Pirates. I'd say there's probably a good chance Reynolds moves. Nathaniel Lowe for the Nationals. Finnegan for the Nationals. Bednar from the Pirates. Santana from the Pirates. There's an outside chance Stowers moves from the Marlins, but I'm not putting him in my top 10. I don't know. Can we have Lowe back? I don't want Lowe back. He's about the same as Berger this year. I would rather pay Berger what I'm paying him than get Lowe back. I keep hearing that from Rangers fans. We miss Nathaniel Lowe. Well, I mean, He's very good as far as RBIs. I will give him that. And he's a little bit better in that regard than Jake Burger. But they're very comparable players this year. 235 average, 704 OPS. Let me see if I can just pull him up on this page. Roster. You get Jake Burger. Okay, 223, 257, and 654. Much better on base percentage. I'll give Nathaniel Lowe that one. And he's better in average and OPS. But it's not enough for me to really pay him $10 million more for what he's giving for the Nationals. 58 RBIs. Now that's something I think the Rangers could use. 29 RBIs for Jake Burger. Jake Burger's hitting what? 8th, 9th most days, sometimes 7th. Nathaniel Lowe's hitting what? 4th, 5th in the lineup for the Nationals? Kind of curious now where they were hitting him. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4. He's hitting 4th in this lineup. Behind Ahmed Rosario. Give me Jake Burger all day long for that. What left-handed outfielders do you think would be available that would be doable for the Astros? Good question. Left-handed hitting outfielders, huh? Come on. Scroll down. Left-handed hitting. We'll go by average. Okay. Quan, Naylor. But we're looking for outfielders. Did it change? It's not filtering out outfielders. Oh well, we'll just go through it and see what we find. All right, James Wood not moving. Riley Green not moving. Turner no. Stowers possibly, but not overly likely. Carroll Soderstrom for the A's I think could be a reasonable piece for somebody to go after. Duran, I don't think he's movable though this year. Willie Abreu, I think in the offseason, same thing with Duran. One of those two will be moved, but not both. Yelich, no. Soto, Sheets. Gavin Lux. Brandon Lau, primarily a second baseman though. Let's go to OPS. See who's having a bigger impact. We have Ahmed Rosario. Get 2 hits a game better than Shohei Busty. I don't know about that one. All right, so if I'm looking for an outfielder this year, just kind of pulling up the list and seeing who's having a decent year. How is he doing this year? He's only 23, but I worry about his roster spot going forward. Now that they've brought in Kurtz. He's kind of playing out of position. 14 homers, 250 average. He'd be a decent get for somebody who needs a first baseman. All right, let's see. Who else could be available? Adolis Garcia, but he's a right-handed hitter, obviously. I can't remember. Is Happ righty or lefty? But you're not going to get him from the Cubs anyway. He's a switch hitter. Okay. I just couldn't remember. Ward, Reynolds, Buxton are all names I've heard in the last day as far as availability. He's a right-handed hitter, though. 228 average. Good on base percentage this year and driving in a fair amount of runs. But he is hitting in the top 3 or 4 in the lineup there. Keep that in mind. Reynolds, 229, switch hitter, 45 RBIs. Not bad OPS, or on base percentage. And then Buxton, right-handed hitter, but hitting 270 and almost a 900 OPS. He's having a good year. All right, any other names pop out at us? Burleson, Beck, finally turning into something offensively for them. You know, Otani, my second favorite player right now, just behind Altuve. For obvious reasons, I would rather have a Ranger above him. I hear you. George Springer, he's having a good year. He ain't going anywhere, though. All right, let's go to page 3 of this list, and then we'll probably call it here. Alex Verdugo is available. Benintendi, obviously. Laureano, I think, could be had for a nice contender this year. Mullins. Bader. That's about it. Okay. Let's look at Verdugo, who's available right now. 239 hitter. Not really a needle mover. Doesn't have any power this year. Doesn't drive anybody in this year either. So he's not been clutch. So he's kind of a fill-in guy, if anything. You still have Seager in my top 5? Okay. Pretty tough decision. Let's look at Benintendi, who's been terrible for a while now. His average is coming up to 230. Struggling this past week, though. I'm not taking on that contract from the White Sox anyway. Laureano, right-handed hitter. This is the type of player, if you're looking for a right-handed hitting outfielder, this would probably be the player I would go for. Ramon Laureano. So if you're looking for offense, looking at teams like Seattle, they could use a player like this. The Giants, I think, could be another fit for this. Who else? Looking at the standings here. Mets are said to be looking for an outfielder. That would make some sense. Cardinals, I don't see buying on a player like this, though. I think they'd want some control if they're going to bring him in. Cubs, they're all in this year, so who knows what they're going to go for. Outfield, though, I think is the last on their needs. On the AL side, Red Sox certainly don't need outfield help. Rays could, I suppose, but they're not going to. This isn't their type of trade to make. Astros would probably be a great fit. He is kind of the Astros type player, too. You can platoon him. That's what he did last year with the Braves. Doing somewhat this year with the Orioles. Mullins, this is the player, if you need a left-handed outfield bat, just be prepared to put him at DH. Either that or put him in a corner outfield spot because his arm is atrocious. He can barely get the ball to second base from center field. He's certainly not going to throw anybody out at home. So if you need defense out of your left-handed hitting outfielder that you're going for, Mullins ain't your guy. But looking at what he's bringing this year, 213 average, he's not bringing much offensively either. On base percentage, he is walking a fair amount. OPS 715. He just doesn't move the needle enough for me if I'm trading for him. I think somebody will be desperate enough to go for a player like this. He does have some positive regression coming, I do think, but he's on the back 9 of his career at this point. Speed is still there as a big part of his game, maybe a late inning pinch runner, but I'm certainly not starting him in my center field spot if I need an outfielder. I'd go for any one of the other outfielders I mentioned earlier. Harrison Bader, bats right though. 250 average. He's had an incredible couple of games recently. Really good defense out there in left field recently for the Twins as well. 250 average. He kind of fits in that same mold as Ramon Laureano. Kind of in that same bag as far as outfielders that you could go for. Low cost. All right, just going to update our notifications, just see if anything else is happening. DeGrom gets the All-Star selection, 5-time All-Star. I think it's the first time with the Rangers. I don't think he made it the first year because he was out with the Tommy John. I think he just went on the injured list for the Tommy John before that, but had missed about a month before that with injury as well. But certainly been very good. Here's the Astros. They outscore the Dodgers 29-6 in a series sweep. 18-1, 6-4, and then 5-1 today. Yikes. Interim manager for the Nationals will be named tomorrow. I'm sure it'll probably be the bench coach or first base coach or something like that. I don't think they're bringing anybody from outside. Ramon Laureano was an Astro, believe it or not. I remember that. But I just think he'd be a really good get for them once again. I think he'd fit exactly what they need. Low-cost option for the outfield that doesn't cost them huge prospects to be able to bring him in and help him out. Yu Darvish is going to make his season debut for the Padres. That's good news for them. They need some starters to get healthy. Lineup for the Rangers today. Smith, Seager, Simeon, basically what they've been doing. Garcia, Carter, Langford, basically since Langford got back yesterday, this is what they've been doing as well. And then kind of the same 7, 8, 9 here, except Haggerty usually takes over as that DH spot. Surprised they're not doing that again here. Really like him as the DH or as the outfielder to give Garcia or Langford time off, especially with Langford coming back from injury. There's your rosters. Kirk Raleigh, really good catching tandem and deserving there. Chisholm is one of the few infielders that I don't necessarily agree with complete on the AL side. The Yankees did add Heimer Candelario on a minor league deal, so we'll see if he ultimately makes the roster at some point this year. Ooh, here's the voting results. Okay. I wish we could see the full voting. Not just the ones who were made. Alex Bregman, the All-Star. Had our Alex Bregman video come out today, so be sure to check that one out if you guys are new here. Follow us here at The Upside. Hit that like at the bottom of the video. We are about to cross our 4-hour mark of this live. We did kind of watch along with the Astros and Dodgers game. And then I did a lot of trade talk pretty much throughout the entire video today. So if you guys want to do check out the video, rewind a little bit, watch it when you get some time later. Or if you want to check us tomorrow night as well. We'll get into a lot of the same conversations, get into some new ones as far as some new names that might become popping up with changes being made there in Washington. That probably changes the immediacy of some of the needs that they're going to go for, as it looks like Washington's trying to change things up there. So we'll see how that impacts the market, how ready they are to sell, if they're willing to, or if they're wanting to hold off on making some moves. It's going to change up things for them a little bit here. We'll get into some of the other names that could be popping up with over the next week or so. Big decisions to be made for the Rangers, the Red Sox, the Braves, the Twins. All these teams that are borderline playoff teams are going to have to decide whether they're going to add, subtract, or just stand pat at the deadline. There's not a whole lot of impact moves available offensively or on the pitching side this year. But there's going to be a couple of moves that we'll talk about in October that will be all the difference they need to get these teams across the finish line. There's always one or two that gets it done, and who's going to be the team that does it this year? We already saw the biggest piece move in Rafi Devers. I don't think it necessarily makes the Giants a World Series contender, but I do think it gets a little bit of their free agent shopping done a little early. Who's going to go out there and get a little bit of their free agent shopping done in addition to Rafi Devers to the Giants. Lots of things could happen between now and the MLB trade deadline. We will be live all day long during the trade deadline, so be sure to join us for that as well. Got about 15 of you guys with us right now, so be sure to hit that like and subscribe, and we'll be back live again for you guys tomorrow. We'll have 2 more videos coming out as well, 2 little short videos updating you guys on some of the trade news around Major League Baseball as well. But appreciate you guys spending some of your Sunday with us. Have a safe one out there, and we'll see you guys tomorrow.